Okay. TV, Robert, could you guys hear that, or do I need to start over? Because I heard my voice being amplified, but I did not have the button on. So, okay, rookie error.
They probably didn't hear you.
Didn't hear me? Okay. Excuse me. All right, good evening, El Segundo. We are conducting tonight's meeting as a hybrid. Council is back on the dais, and the public is dialing in via Zoom. Chamber is currently closed to the public with the exception of special presentations and public communications. Members of the public may view and listen to the meeting live this evening on Spectrum Channel 3 or 22, AT&T UVerse Channel 99, or El Segundo TV at youtube.com. Or the public may access remotely via Zoom from an electronic device of choice. The meeting information for joining is outlined on tonight's agenda. Council members, please, if making a motion or a second on a motion, please do so using your last name in order for the clerk and the public to hear and report correctly. As last time, we're happy to be back on the dais and see some members of the staff and public. We're going to start this evening with Pastor Seth McKenna, who's going to lead us in the invocation for the Bridge Church, followed by Councilmember Nickel leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Mayor Drew. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you so much for today, and what a beautiful day it was. And Father, I pray a special blessing over our council members, over our mayor, over our city leaders. And Lord, we thank you for the guidance that you are bestowing upon them. Father, I pray protection over our first responders, our police, our firefighters. Lord, thank you for watching over them. And Lord, thank you for the protection over this town that we have seen your hand leading us and guiding us. And so, Father, we thank you for wisdom tonight. And Lord, we just pray that we see continued change, positive change in the right direction as we move forward from here. We love you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Right hand over your heart, join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I really miss doing the pledge in the dais in the chamber. It's nice to be back. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please take a roll call?
Absolutely. Councilmember Giroux.
Here.
Councilmember Nickel.
Here.
Councilmember Perstuck.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Here.
And Mayor Boyle.
Here.
All right, all present.
Thank you. Now is the time and place for public communication. Those wishing to speak via Zoom, please click the hand icon and the host will announce your name when it is your turn to speak. If you're dialing in from a phone, you'll need to press *9 to raise the icon hand and *6 to unmute yourself. And let's see, do we have anyone on Zoom? Anyone in public as well? No. We'll start with Zoom.
Okay, so we have in the lobby, Anya Goldstein, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Boyle, City Council members, City Manager Mitnick, executive staff, and my fellow El Segundo residents who are watching this meeting. My name is Anya Goldstein, and I represent Keith Puckett with respect to his claims against the City of El Segundo and the ESPD. As each of you know, Keith's civil rights were violated by ESPD on 2 occasions within 6 weeks of each other. Despite the violations of his constitutional rights, Keith did not rush to court. Instead, as an 11-year resident of the city, a father of an ESHS student, and someone deeply embedded in this community, he did what his city leadership asked him to do. First, he reached out directly to Chief Whalen. In response, Chief Whalen told him bold-faced lies, including that Chief Whalen had reviewed the video of the event when he later admitted he had not, and that Keith's friend's car had suspiciously accelerated down the alley, when in fact, and as was revealed by the video, the friend's car was parked on Keith's property the entire time. After speaking directly with Chief Whalen, who covered up for his officers, Keith spoke to individual members of the DEI committee, and then, at the DEI committee's invitation, to a subcommittee of the DEI committee working on policing issues. Keith also reached out to City Manager Mitnick, knowing that in our form of city, the city manager is the chief executive of the city, and the buck stops with him. Finally, Keith raised what happened to him with this city council. After that city council meeting, back in March, it seemed Keith had finally gotten the city's attention. City Manager Mitnick requested a meeting right away that very night, and Keith came down here at 8:30 at night to speak with him. During that meeting, Mr. Mitnick, you assured us you were taking Keith's complaints extremely seriously. We had not heard a word from you since, but based on your representations, we assumed that was because you were conducting a thorough investigation. That's why, Mr. Mitnick, your response to the inquiry during public comment last City Council meeting about the status of the city's investigation was deeply troubling. At that meeting, we learned for the first time that you had delegated your responsibility to investigate to ESPD, which had done a cursory investigation that had found no misconduct, a result you had never shared with us. The result of your actions, among other things, was this. You hung Keith out to dry, an 11-year El Segundo resident, father, and active community member. When confronted with your lack of progress on the situation by a group of residents at the meeting, you passed the buck, implying that you had no responsibility to investigate the situation because Keith had not filed a formal complaint. You knew perfectly well that Keith had clearly laid out his complaint to you, the City Council, ESPD, and the public, and that your responsibility to investigate attached at that point. But by emphasizing that Keith had not yet filed a form with the ESPD, you gave the impression that Keith had somehow retreated from his complaints, which you knew full well he had not. If you had any doubt that you were undermining Keith's credibility with the council and the public for no cause, that doubt was dispelled when, after your comments, Councilmember Pimentel felt moved to ask whether we had lied when we said we reviewed the video of the incidents. And Councilmember Pimentel, we don't blame you based on Mr. Mitnick's response. Instead of answering him, Mr. Mitnick, you passed the buck to Chief Whalen, who of course responded, as you well could have, that we had received the video through PRA requests, and there was no reason to believe we had not reviewed it. If we had any doubt that the city would not take the violations of Keith's rights seriously before he filed a lawsuit, Mr. Mitnick, you resolved those questions last City Council meeting. You also resolved any question as to whether the city ratified the individual police officers' actions and had a pattern or practice of such violations. Immediately after that meeting, Keith filed formal complaints with ESPD and claims with the city. We regret that your refusal to take these matters seriously has led us to this point, but here we are. Our door is always open to discuss these matters with the city, but Mr. Mitnick, we ask that you show Keith and the public a modicum of respect when discussing this matter by not misleading them on the status of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldstein. Do we have anyone else in the chamber wishing to speak?
We do. John Pickhaver.
Okay, Mr. Pickhaver.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is John Pickhaver, and I'm a 3-year El Segundo resident. I am here on behalf of the Sweat Equity Alliance. As you are likely aware, next month is Pride. Pride is an important and exciting time in the LGBTQ+ community and for our allies. It's a celebration of the freedom and comfort to be who we are. A time to cherish our identity with the proud visibility that for far too long we were prohibited from embracing, whether it was by the law or by the heavy internal shame brought on to us by a society that refused to accept us. While Pride is a beautiful recognition of the incredible strides we've made since the birth of the gay liberation movement at the Stonewall uprisings over 50 years ago, it is also a stark reminder of how far we still need to go. Violence and discrimination against the LGBTQ LGBTQ plus community, along with homophobia and transphobia, still very much exist. Just last summer, here in El Segundo, an actual LGBTQ plus hate group came to town and spent the day handing out horrible anti-LGBTQ plus flyers to residents, urging them to speak out against LGBTQ plus people and their children. It was so bizarre and so hateful that it was almost comical until several people showed up or wrote in at the next city council meeting to do just what the flyer had asked of them. But thankfully, many, many more El Segundoans did the opposite and proudly stood up for their LGBTQ plus neighbors. It was an extremely heartening moment for me to have the support of so many in this community when an ignorant few went after my rights in this very chamber. All of us in the LGBTQ plus community here in El Segundo expect and deserve the same support from our city leaders, which is why we are here today to ask you to stand in solidarity with all of us in the LGBTQ plus community to actively disavow those who try to harm us and to celebrate wildly with us this June as allies. And an excellent way to express that support is to declare June Pride Month in El Segundo via an official proclamation at the City Council meeting on the 1st of June. Each and every Pride is a unifying opportunity to build a stronger coalition of support to defeat hate. Let's meet this moment and every moment to make El Segundo a more welcoming place for all. Myself and all of us at the Sweat Equity Alliance are here to facilitate that process in any way that would be helpful to you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Pickhaver.
Those are the only 2 cards that I have. But I do have 3 written communications.
Okay, no one on Zoom that's come in since we've been, okay. Yeah, if you would please read the cards. Okay.
Sean O'Brien, you're on.
Hey, my name is Sean O'Brien. I'm an El Segundo resident. I was really excited when I first heard about the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. However, since its conception, I haven't heard of much happening with the DEI committee. It seems to me like it was an attempt to appease the demands for justice without empowering the committee to make any real changes. I believe there needs to be more transparency with the city council for the DEI committee. If your goal for the DEI committee is to be able to allow a voice for diversity, equity, and inclusion within the city of El Segundo, what is El Segundo City Council doing in order to empower the DEI committee to enact change? In addition, how can the public be more involved in having their voices heard within the DEI committee? I don't know that these are questions that have answers right now, but it's something that has been on my mind that I wanted to say. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Next, I have a Rafa, R-A-F-A.
I'm working.
Raf, are you here for public comments? You're on.
Rafael Pimentel?
Yeah, we just see a Rafa up there. Would you like to address the council with public comments?
Yes, I would. My name is Rafael Pimentel, and I am a representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. And first of all, I want to just start by saying thank you for the opportunity to address the council and just an opportunity to introduce myself and the organization that I represent. We represent over 60,000 union carpenters in the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. In Southern California, there's 30,000 carpenters that we represent. And within the city of El Segundo and the other surrounding South Bay communities, which include Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Torrance, Hermosa Beach, there's well over 200 union carpenters that live in those communities. What we'd like to do this today, real quick, I know your time is precious, as is mine, is to introduce to you, to the council, the concept of community wealth. What is community wealth? It's an initiative that is carpenter driven. and we're asking municipalities to consider helping us and support community wealth for our carpenters and other community residents that live within the city of El Segundo. What is community wealth? It's a plan to increase access to healthcare, education, and economical opportunities through a skilled and trained workforce in any construction project that will be going forward, or in your city and all the other surrounding communities. So we look forward to establishing a working relationship with the city of El Segundo. We know that there are many current construction projects within the city of El Segundo where we have a lot of union members, union carpenters that are working in the city, and we're very happy and pleased with that. But we feel that we can do more within the city of El Segundo, and we want to create a partnership with the city of El Segundo in helping to create more community wealth for the residents of El Segundo. That is all for my comments right now. Thank you so much for your time. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Pimentel. Okay, anyone else on Zoom?
No.
Okay, and then Madam Clerk, you had some emails to read, letters, thank you.
I have 3. Excuse me. My name is Corey Zupo. I am a local resident. I support City Council Agenda Item E, number 12. I hope that the DEI Committee, along with the other 2 social justice groups, Sweat Equity Alliance and ES4BL, include religion as a part of their group's purview. I am asking for the 3 groups support and help Jews in this community who feel that we have been victims of anti-Semitism by ESMOA. Please help us educate the museum that targeted political messaging with a meme that had 10 examples of various ways a mom has lost a child due to the government. But one line item specifically called out Israel is considered anti-Semitic, even by a local temple's rabbi. Others and I tried educating ESMOA by email, but they never responded. All 3 social groups have been silent on this, but we would appreciate your voices. Thank you, Corey. I'm Annie Shee, an El Segundo resident and parent of 2 students at Center Street, and I am writing in support of the DEI Committee's recommendation to move forward with their Phase 1 action item. It is important to me to learn about the history and data collected, as well as hearing the stories and experiences of the people in our community to better understand how we can strive towards a city that is safe and welcoming for all. Thank you. City Council members, our names are Chris and Michelle Keldorf, 10-year residents of El Segundo, and we are writing in full support of the DEI Committee's recommendation to move forward with their Phase 1 action items. DEI's work is meaningful to our family as we value living in a community that is committed and accountable to all who live, work, and visit here. Over the past year, we've been particularly struck by the personal stories shared by friends, neighbors, and acquaintances that reflect inequities and disparities in their community experience. DEI's phased approach to better understand the landscape, share information and education, then take action to atone with community support is valuable and essential to creating the best El Segundo, one that reflects our strongest quality, which is the ability to care for one another. It is extremely important to us that our city leadership support DEI's efforts with both words and action. Some are guilty, but all are responsible. Abraham Joshua Heschel. Thank you for your time, Chris and Michelle Kildorf. And that's what I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Manager, would you like to make any comments?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, the first speaker was dealing with pending cases, so we're not allowed to comment on that. We'll be happy to follow up with Mr. Pickhaver with respect to the request for June for the Pride Month proclamation. Bring that back on the June 1st council agenda. And then Mr. O'Brien commented about DEI wants more transparency. Just to make him aware, item number 12, I will give, if he can tune in and watch that, he'll learn more about DEI and where we are. That's it. Thank you.
Mr. May I recommend that if Mr. Pimentel, no relation that I know of, has the community wealth piece, that may be something connect him with the WIB, because most of our workforce advisory goes through SB WIB, and that might be an interesting way to interface.
We'll do that. We'll follow up with him. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've got some presentations this evening, and the first one, and I'm really pleased to be able to read this one, and this was an idea that was brought forth by some members of the community just last council meeting, and we heard them loud and clear, so we have a proclamation, and this is for AAPI, or Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and I know we have Christabel Viana here, and we're gonna hear from her, I think. Is Christabel here? No, actually, Christabel is here. Is she on Zoom? Oh, great, she's on Zoom, okay. And then a couple other members of the community will be here as well. And I'm gonna read the proclamation, then I'll turn it over to Christabel. Whereas Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month is observed nationwide throughout the month of May in recognition of the positive influence and numerous contributions of our Asian American Pacific Islander, AAPI, communities to our state and our country. And whereas Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders visit, work, and live in El Segundo and have contributed to our city's rich history, culture, economy, and public service, and whereas we are reminded that we must not fear our diversity or our differences, but celebrate them as they make us a richer community, and we celebrate the importance of inclusion to building a more diverse, equitable, and inclusive future for El Segundo. And whereas we commit to recognizing and confronting racism and hate of all kinds against Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, and recognize the structural discrimination, prejudice, and injustice experienced by the AAPI community, and the increased levels of harassment, discrimination, and violence perpetrated on the AAPI community due to COVID-19 misconceptions and bigotry. And now, therefore, on this 18th day of May, 2021, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California, hereby proclaim May 2021 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and commit to joining the celebration of AAPI Heritage Month every year during the month of May, and commit to providing comprehensive support to our Asian American Pacific Islander communities, and to ensure that El Segundo is an equitable and welcoming place for all. The City Council of the City of El Segundo further calls upon residents and employees of El Segundo to observe May 2021 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month in honor of our AAPI residents, employees, and visitors, and to the contributions they continue to make to our community. And it's signed by all of us on council, and you're here in front of us, so I'd like to turn it over to you, and Christabel too. I don't know, Christabel, do you want to speak first? My notes say Christabel was going to, as a DI committee member, was to say a few words and then probably turn it over to you. Christabel?
Yes, thank you so much. This is Christabel Villana, and on behalf of the city's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, we are thankful for the efforts of Sweat Equity Alliance and appreciate the Council for proclaiming Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. We see promise in our city as we take steps to understand and recognize the many identities, cultures, and backgrounds of the people who help make El Segundo the city we love. Thank you for recognizing us, for seeing us, and I'm confident that the city's work through our DEI committee, alongside organizations like Sweat Equity Alliance, will give visibility, representation, and a voice to everyone, especially those who feel marginalized and unseen. Thanks again.
Excellent, thank you. Please.
Hi there, my name is Melissa Cueto, and this is Ben. We are here for Sweat Equity Alliance. We just wanted to thank you for hearing us last council meeting and moving swiftly on this action. It really, while it's a small gesture, it can be very impactful for the community, so we thank you very much for that. We also wanted to take a moment to thank the DEI for their support as well, and lend our support to the DEI and to their efforts in this city. Thank you.
Thank you for taking time away from dinner time. Ben, do you want to say a couple words too?
No, I think just credit where credit's due. Appreciate you taking swift action and looking forward to continuing the progress.
Great, thank you. Should we do a photo? We usually do these with proclamations. So do you want, Rob, do you want to have them up front and we'll keep our distance back here?
That'd be great if you did. I wish I could. Soon, I think. Hope. Please, Gavin, come through. Okay, here we go. And 1, 2, and a couple more. And one more just for safety. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get Mr. Pimentel over there. Now I see his handsome face. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have Arbor Day Foundation, Tree City, USA. And I think that's Councilman Giroux.
Yes, it is. Okay. Whereas in 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska and is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting, heating, and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our communities. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, the mayor and members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, California, join with communities in recognizing National Arbor Day, April 30th, 2021, and urge all citizens to support efforts to protect trees and woodlands, and urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Sassoon, do you want to accept the proclamation?
Of course.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've got another one, so don't go too far. Right? Okay.
So on behalf of all the trees and plants in El Segundo and elsewhere, I want to thank you for this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Councilmember Perstuck.
Okay, we have another proclamation. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of El Segundo. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public work professionals who are engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector, who are responsible for rebuilding and improving and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is a public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the city of El Segundo to gain knowledge of and to maintain an ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works and the public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the 2021 marks the 61st annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association, Canadian Public Works Association, Be It Now. Now, therefore, the mayor and the members of the City Council of the City of El Segundo, El Segundo, California, hereby designate the week of May 16th through the 22nd of 2021 as National Public Works Week, and urge all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association / Canadian Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees, and to recognize the substantial contributions they make to protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. And Mr. Sassoon, I believe you're going to accept this.
Well, thank you so much for recognizing Public Works. So on behalf of all the members of the department and Public Works Department throughout, I want to thank you. You know, we do a lot of work, and we make sure that when you turn on your faucet, the water comes out. When you flush the bathroom, the stuff gets out of your house, the roads are clean, the drainage works, the traffic signal lights do what they're supposed to do. So on behalf of all the employees, I want to thank you very much for this recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Sassoon. And you want to take a photo with us right up front, please?
And Mr. Sassoon, you guys are first responders, are you not?
We are part of the first responders. That is correct. So we work very closely with our colleagues.
Yes, sir. Perfect. Very good. A little bit lower, sir. All right, very good. All right, here we go. Perfect. Perfect. I love it. And one more. And one more. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, next up, we have Chief Donovan with the COVID-19 update. He'll be joining us momentarily.
So as we're waiting for the PowerPoint to load, Councilmember Nickel, you stole my thunder because I was going to bring up years past, we always acknowledge that they were first responders also with their powerful orange flag. So I was going to recognize that as well. Thank you for reminding us that our public works are true first responders as well. So I have a PowerPoint presentation for the COVID update. I'll be joined in a moment with Director of Community Services, McCollum. She'll give you an update on the public recreation activities that will be taking place. And then, of course, we'll answer any questions that you may have. Today, I'll talk about our current health metrics. These are all continuing to be very favorable. I'd like to provide a face cover update. There's some miscommunication taking place right now between CDC and the state and county, and I'd like to clear that up for the community. We'll talk about the vaccine updates that are taking place both at the state and local levels. We'll talk briefly about the community service updates and answer any questions. And so as we get into our health metrics, once again, we're in a very positive trajectory and trend with a reduction in the number of cases and most importantly, the number of deaths. We're finding that this downward trajectory continues to be favorable for opening up our economy. On the local level, we had 150 new cases of COVID reported yesterday and 3 deaths. This is really, really favorable information. Of course, it's sad that 3 people died, but given our totals that we were seeing early on in COVID-19, this is remarkable. And most importantly, as one of the indicators and how we progress through our response is the LA County hospitalization ICU. These are remarkably low numbers. The bed capacity in Los Angeles County is substantial, and these low numbers of 322 hospitalizations and only 77 people in ICU is very, very favorable to continue our opening up of the economy. We've had no new cases here in El Segundo, and our adjusted rate, that is the 10-day period from first diagnosis until clearing of the diagnosis. We only have 4 people in our community right now that are under that watch. So we're happy to report these numbers. The important information that the County of Los Angeles follows in guidance with the blueprint to a safer economy is the case rate, that is the number of cases per 100,000. We had yet another reduction of 0.4%, we're at 1.2%. And our test positivity case, this is the number of people that test positive for COVID, is at 0.6. This is, again, a very favorable number. And our test positivity in those lowest health places, the index quartile is at 0.6. This also continues to place us in the lowest tier, which allows for the opening of our economy going forward. One of the reasons I believe that we're seeing such strong recovery numbers is related to the vaccinations taking place in the United States. There's been 274 million first doses administered. There's 124 million second doses. That's 37% of the U.S. population, and that number will continually increase. If you realize there's about a 30-day lag between your first and second dose. In 30 days, this number will probably double. In California, we've had 35 million take the first dose, and we have 15.3, or 38% of the state population has been inoculated. And here in LA County, which we watch closely, 8.7 million residents have had the first dose, and we have 35% of our population, or 3.4 million, that have had the second dose. One of the things we've done locally is we pushed very hard for our COVID clinics. We've held 12 clinics to date. We held one today. Today's clinic numbers are not included, and we'll hold a clinic on Thursday. So at the end of this week, we'll be at 14 COVID clinics. To date, we've administered 2,237 vaccines, and we've been able to pull data locally here in El Segundo. This is remarkable to me. 85% of our population that's 65 or older has received a second dose. That is considered to be herd immunity. And 67% of our residents 16 or older, which is the vast majority of our community, has received the second dose. So we're very proud of these numbers. We look to continue the vaccination processes as we continue to get the vaccines from the County of Los Angeles. It's important to note now, Pfizer has been given authorization to administer to patients 12 years of age and older. So for those in the community that are interested in getting the youth vaccinated, the Pfizer vaccine is available. You can go to vaccinatelacounty.com. And then we're also looking to get the Pfizer vaccine here locally. And if we can get our allotment locally, we'll advertise that and make sure that all of our residents have an opportunity to bring the youth locally. I think that would be important for us. So we'll continue to push for the vaccination processes. This has been probably the most difficult transition as it relates to our efforts in our community with the relation to face covers. And on May 16th, the CDC made a statement. It was a good statement. It was based on science, but it was without a lot of warning. And there wasn't a whole lot of information provided in context to what this message was. The CDC, in essence, said fully vaccinated people can resume activities without wearing a face mask or physically distancing, with the exceptions of where required by federal, state, local, tribal, or territory laws, rules, and regulations, including local businesses and workplaces. So when you drill into that note, all you hear is, if I've gotten my second vaccination, I can remove my face cover. For our community, it's important that we remember that we can't be more restrictive than the higher authority, but we can be less restrictive. What that means is, reverse that. We can't be less restrictive, but we can be more restrictive than the higher authority. In California, we're still more restrictive than the CDC. In California, the Department of Health, California State Health, dictates still to the County of Los Angeles the mandates for face covers. And most importantly for us locally, as it relates to our employees, we're guided by Cal OSHA. In the Occupational Safety and Hazard Administration still states that all employees must wear and continue to adhere to physical distancing in the wearing of face covers in the workplace. Now, we understand that on Thursday of this week, the board at Cal OSHA will be meeting, conferring, and perhaps reversing the current regulations. We've also heard, and this is being publicized in the news media a lot, that the California State Health Department will be making a reversal in alignment with CDC on June 15th. And so we can anticipate June 15th as being a critical date to loosen the restrictions. But as it speaks today and where we are today, we're mandated through LA County and locally to be at the level of wearing the face covers in compliance with health orders. So again, I apologize for that information being a little difficult with the CDC. We are looking forward to the continued progress that we're seeing here locally in our community with vaccinations and taking care of each other. And hopefully on June 15th, we'll see some further opportunities for adjustments. And I'm happy to answer questions on that, or if you want to wait until the end of the presentation, we can continue on. So continue on. All right. Ma'am.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share some good news from the Community Services Department. We are very pleased to highlight the following in-person activities. El Segundo's first Pickleball League will start on May 20th and the city's co-ed softball league will return the week of June 28th. Hilltop Pool will open Memorial Day weekend for weekend use until extended summer hours begin on June 14th. There'll be a wide range of swim lessons and specialty programs at Hilltop and Aquatics Center, so water aerobics, adaptive swim lessons, and an aquatics camp this summer. Registration for summer camps in Rec Park has opened with great community response. Tiny Tot and Camp Cowabunga are sold out, with the skate camp filling up quickly. Recreation Division is working on expanding capacity and adding other options as staffing, LA guidance, space, and contract camps allow. I did learn this afternoon that rec staff secured a beach camp offering that will open for registration this week. Picnic reservations, block party, and special event permits are being accepted again via the Recreation Division. And the library is open for walk-ins, so reservations are no longer needed for browsing, computer access, and study space. Curbside services at the library will continue, and the summer reading program for all ages kicks off on June 11th. All sports courts are open for reservations and walk-ins, so that includes basketball, volleyball, racquetball, tennis ball, and pickleball. And beginning June 1st, the skate park will be open from 10 in the morning till sunset every day. We are planning for summer concerts for July 11th, July 25th, August 8th, and August 15th, which I know is very welcome by El Segundo community, in addition to the fireworks display on July 4th. The city's larger summer events are more difficult to plan, as there are still some unknowns about how LA County's health orders and protocols will change after June 15th. What I've been hearing from LA County Public Health Liaison to the Rec and Parks Department is that some requirements will still be in place, but they will be fewer and simpler. It is likely that capacity, distancing, and other limitations will remain for large public and private events beyond June. She acknowledges that uncertainty really impacts our event planning, our hiring, and our budgets for summer, but emphasized that public health remains focused on vaccinations as the path to normalization. So July 4th, as you can imagine, continues to be our biggest planning challenge, as the Rec Park celebration typically attracts thousands of people, 4,000 to 5,000, and we're currently only approved for 200 on-site guests. So Chief Donovan is going to provide an update about the city's fireworks plan that has been collaboratively developed with the IMT, and then we'll both be available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, ma'am. So as a requirement in the current guidance, we submitted a plan to Los Angeles County Public Health. The plan was approved. Following current guidance, we were allowed to have 200 guests on site of the fireworks show with up to 50 staff to assist. We anticipate that on June 5th, there may be changes to that. In fact, as Melissa mentioned, we can anticipate some changes to the health order occurring on June 15th. The IMT received the same information from LA County Public Health. There may be a change in the ability to scale up. The issue that we're faced, though, quite frankly, is time. And the reality is we don't know what the new guidance would be. We don't know what the requirements for social distancing will be. We don't know what the capacity for the live show would be. And so we're in a bit of a difficult situation. We're working our very best to scale as best we can as we see the potential of opening the live fireworks show to more guests. However, right now we're planning for a singular event. That singular event is the fireworks show that would be taking place at nighttime at the park with guests that would be provided and allowed to be on site to watch the show. The rest of the community would be able to view from outside of the park area and other viewing spots such as neighborhoods, homes in the surrounding streets. Again, we don't have an understanding nor an idea of what the changes in the health guidelines will be come June 15th. And quite frankly, the ability to scale up from an internal perspective of planning, staffing, and the like to manage this from a security perspective, from a staffing perspective would be very, very difficult. So again, we're doing our very best to provide as many services to our community as possible. We're doing our very best to open up for recreation activities. We're being diligent in compliance with the current health orders of Los Angeles County, working within those confines, but also communicating on a regular basis with LA County Public Health to scale as best we can. I think it's important for our community to understand that we're here to support them. We'll continue to support them, but we still have to maintain compliance with health orders moving forward. So with that, it concludes the presentation, and happy to answer any questions.
So Chief, I did want to say like a million things on that first part of the presentation, but I also don't want to shoot the messenger. So actually, I'm going to just kind of refer my comments actually to the second part. And Melissa, you guys have all done a great job to get things going so quickly. I know there's been a lot of pressure to get programming going, and you seem to have really pivoted on a dime, and I appreciate it. I know people in the community appreciate it. And I think for the first time in a long time, there's some excitement about what the summer brings, which is very nice. And I just want to say thank you for all the work that you've been doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Drew. Anyone else? No, I think that concludes it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Good news indeed. That beach camp, is that a first for us? Or has that been going on before? I'm not aware of that one.
I do think they've offered it before.
Is that at El Segundo Beach or is it down at El Porto? Do you know?
I don't know the details yet, but I can get you that
Yeah, I'm not-
information. Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's, I imagine, but I
Great.
don't know the details, sorry.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then isn't tryouts for junior guard soon, or has that already happened?
I think junior guards happened, did it not? Does anyone know? Chief, do you know LA County junior
I
lifeguards?
think qualifications already happened, and they're ready to roll.
I know they
Whatever
increased
summer sessions
the
are.
enrollment tremendously because they had such a big turnout. Thank you. All right. We have item A, procedural motions. Read all ordinances and resolutions on the agenda by title only, stating your last name. Would someone on the dais like to make a motion to read all ordinances and resolutions by title only?
Jeruso moved.
Thank you. Do you have a second?
Nichols, second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please take a vote?
Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
Okay, you passed by vote.
Thank you. On to the consent calendar, items 2 through 7. Are there any polls?
Mayor, if I just might, you and Council Member Nichol have a conflict on item 5, which relates to contract services provided for the downtown specific plan and civic center site. This relates back to the drawing of straws, if you will, that occurred a number of months ago, where it was Councilmembers Pimentel, the mayor, Councilmembers Perstick, and Councilmember Nichol that had conflicts, and so, I'm sorry, no, that's right.
Yeah,
We drew
everyone but
straws.
Lance, basically, right on that one.
Everybody but Councilmember Drew, and straws were drawn, and as a result of that, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel and Councilmember Perstick are the ones that get to participate. So if that comes, if that's pulled for discussion, then you, Mayor, and Councilmember Nichol will need to leave the room.
Thank you. Any polls?
I would like to pull number 5.
Okay, we're going to leave now. Before we do, are there any other polls? We're going to vote first on the other items.
Yeah.
Are there any other polls? Okay. We have a motion to approve items 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7.
Jeruso moved.
Thank you. Do we have a
Persick, second.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you would please.
Councilmember Drew.
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol.
Aye.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
Yes.
And Mayor Boyles.
Yes.
All right, so all but 5 pass.
Okay, I'm going to turn the gavel over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Item 5, authorize the city manager to execute an amendment to professional service agreement number 5859 with Kosmont and Associates Incorporated for an additional $35,000, increasing the agreement amount from $44,000 to $79,000. City manager, would anyone like to present on this item or speak on it?
I think it's for questions, right?
Yeah, I pulled it.
Oh, then I will, there we go.
Yeah,
Then
I
Councilmember
pulled it
Perstick,
because I
questions?
wanted to, we haven't really been presented with anything of what's been completed so far. So I wanted to understand what has been accomplished And now just kind of explain why we need to continue funding, or what's added that we need to now add money to this project.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, it's a very good question. Thank you for the opportunity to do so. Essentially, it's a continuation of the items that are delineated in the report. For example, the downtown specific plan, that's been in front of the city council a few times, and recently the council did select a firm to begin work on that. So Mr. Kosmont and his staff were instrumental in helping us prepare the RFP for that process, the interviews, the selection, and we'll continue to work on that as we move forward. The Civic Center reuse project was instrumental in helping prepare the RFQ for that. We have received responses, and it's been narrowed down to a smaller group. That project has been put on hold because of the recently passed state law, the Surplus Lands Act, and we're working our way through that. Mr. Kosmont is part of the actually lengthy discussions on that, working with the city attorney's office and determining how to go forward with that. He also is listed here helping with the lease agreement that we have for the downtown parking structure just right over here off of the corner of Grand and Richmond. His team is helping us look at that agreement and how we can better manage that agreement, if you will. And at some point, that'll be in front of the city council. Those are the projects that have been delineated in this report, and that's what he and his team will continue to work on.
Anything further? Councilmember Giroux, anything on the item? Do I have a motion to approve?
All right, so Persick moved, so moved.
Giroux, second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Giroux.
Yes.
Councilmember Persick.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pinto.
Yes.
All right, you passed 3-0.
Sergeant of Arms. Sergeant of Arms, did you summon the mayor and councilmember? They're hiding in a motel in Laughlin.
Maybe you should leave the jokes to the mayor.
Councilmember Nickel, and I was a little unclear, he has a conflict on item 8, and so he may not be returning quite yet because of his property transactions that he was involved in. He had a recent transaction regarding 1629 East Palm, and so he'll have to recuse himself from participating in this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. All right. Well, we have item 8, so we proceed without him. Okay. Public hearing implementation actions for proposed development project located at 650 and 700 North Pacific Coast Highway and 737 Lairport Street. Ordinance amending the municipal code to amend the definition of floor area, resolution approving the mitigated negative declaration, and adopting a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and resolution approving vesting tentative parcel map number 83129 and site plan review. And we have some recommendations here, but we'll turn it over to speaker. Yeah, Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I think this is the first time our consultant, now interim development services director, Dennis Cook, it's Dennis with one N, will be making the presentation on that. And we're very excited to have this project before you. It's been a long haul. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm pleased to be here tonight, and I feel honored to be able to make my first presentation to you on such a nice office project that's coming to hopefully coming to the city. With me tonight is Edward Schonborn, our principal planner that's been spending a lot of time.
Dennis, yeah, thank you. It is a little hard. I think the mask isn't helping either because Mark, we're having a hard time hearing you too a little bit through the mask.
Okay, I can't take.
Yeah, sorry.
Anyway, I'm happy to be here tonight. Edward Schonborn is with me, our planner that's been spending a lot of work on this. And also David Blumenthal is online. He's a consultant with Sagecrest that has been doing a lot of work on this, and he will be making the presentation to you on the project. And so with that, I'll turn it over to David.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. This request is a request for development property located at 650 through 700 North Pacific Coast Highway. Additionally, the property includes the building at 737 Lairport. The request does include a mitigated neg deck pursuant to CEQA. Zone text amendment is included. There is a vesting tentative track map and site plan review for the development of the site. The zone text amendment itself is to amend the definition of floor area ratio, and I'll go into a lot more detail on that. The development project itself will be to merge all the parcels into a single lot and construct a new 70,000 square foot building on the property. So here we have the existing site with the addresses 650, 700 PCH, and then 737 Lairport. This site is located on the east side of Pacific Coast Highway between Mariposa Avenue and Maple Avenue. The 650 PCH is an 8-story office building, which does also have a penthouse, is 131 feet tall. 700 PCH is an existing 2-story, 36-foot tall office building, and 737 Lairport is a 1-story, 17-foot tall industrial building. Now, for tonight's presentation, I'm going to talk a lot about 700 and 650 PCH. No construction is being proposed at 737 Lairport, so we won't be going into much onto that property. Now, the applicant is proposing a tentative parcel map for this to combine all 7 of these parcels that you see before you into a single 7.3 acre site. Here we see the project site with buildings A and buildings B, and these are the 650 PCH and 700 PCH. Now, the buildings will be both remodeled as part of the project, including facade modifications. The new building C, which is located on the east side within the existing parking area, will be built. And this building is a 70,000 square foot office building, and will have an integrated 1,185 space parking structure. Again, the property on Lairport, no construction is being proposed. For building A, it would see an expansion of its penthouse and get a new roof deck. The facades would be modified to incorporate a contemporary architectural design that would include curtain wall glazing with metal grates, new openings along the north facade to add additional glazing, and a new steel trellis at its roof deck. This building, with the construction, would increase its floor area, and the resulting building is a little over 99,000 square feet. For building B, it would actually be decreased to accommodate a new elevator shaft, a large atrium, and 2 new entry courtyards. The new building size would be reduced down to approximately 65,000 square feet. The existing stone veneers would be removed and replaced with smooth plaster. Fenestrations would be added to provide new glazing to allow now natural light into the building. And the existing brick that is on the building would also be stained in a palette that would be consistent with the rest of the development site. Building C is our new building that's being proposed on this. This is a new 7-story building. It will consist of 70,921 square feet of office space, and also have the integrated 1,185 square foot, with space parking structure. As you've seen on the other buildings, new contemporary design would be used with lots of glazing and exposed concrete floor slabs. This terraces would have steel trellises, and architecture grills would be provided to help screen the parking from buildings on the west side from building A. Now, as part of the request, the applicant has also proposed a zone text amendment to amend section 15-1-6 of the municipal code, and specifically the definition for the net floor area of a building. As the code is currently written, the surface parking and standalone parking structures are actually exempted from counting towards the net floor area of the site. However, if the parking is integrated into a building, it would count towards the floor area. What this results is it encourages the development of standalone parking structures from being developed, for being developed. This amendment would also exempt the parking structures that are integrated into a building, which is intended to allow for innovative designs to meet parking demand and better architectural designs. Now, it's important to note that this impact would not change provisions of base zones, which regulate parking, whether or not it counts towards the floor area of the building. An example of that would be your R1 zone. Only the first 500 square feet of a garage is exempt. Anything above that 500 would still count towards the floor area of the building. The Planning Commission did conduct the public hearing on this matter on April 22nd. During that public hearing, the project proponent did speak along with 3 other public speakers that all were in support of the project. Now, during their discussions, the commission did express concerns about the zone text amendment, specifically how the proposed language would exempt parking from residential zones. Accordingly, the language of the zone text amendment has been amended to what you see today that would rely on the base zones for the exemptions. Second issue raised by the Planning Commission is the potential of local traffic impacts created by the project. Now, traffic can be looked at in 2 different manners. First is through the vehicle miles traveled, and the second method is through our level of service. Now, VMT is used strictly for the CEQA documents, so the mitigated negative declaration, and that's required by state law. This is intended to look at the amount and distance of automobiles that are attributed to the project. Conversely, the level of service, or the LOS, looks at local traffic congestion to determine compliance with the general plan. Your general plan does require an LOS analysis conducted on the project, and one has been done. If a development project is forecast to result in an increase of intersection volume capacity of greater than 0.02, the intersection could have a significant impact. As a result of the analysis done for this project, the intersection at PCH and Imperial would exceed the threshold set forth by the general plan. Now, the Planning Commission did not directly change any conditions, but they did express concerns about this impact created to the local intersections. Accordingly, city staff went back and had the city's environmental consultant relook at the traffic for this project. In response to the Planning Commission's concerns, the environmental consultant and city staff developed a new condition of approval that would reduce the amount of traffic and result in less impact onto the intersection. The new condition number 20, which is on the resolution before you tonight, does require that the applicant implement a traffic demand management strategy that would decrease the average number of vehicle trips generated by the site by 300 per day. This would lower the amount of traffic impacts onto the intersection below the general plan threshold. There is a list of strategies for this condition that could be implemented. The applicant would be required to select which strategies will be used and obtain approval from the Development Services Director prior to obtaining occupancy of the building. Additionally, we are recommending condition number 21 that requires the applicant to submit an annual compliance report to ensure that the selected strategies are working, and if they are not, to implement new strategies to make sure that the traffic is reduced down below the thresholds set forth in the general plan. Now, at the conclusion of the public hearing, the Planning Commission did adopt 3 resolutions to recommend that City Council adopt the mitigated negative declaration, approve the zones text amendment, and approve the vesting tentative parcel map and site plan review. With that, that will conclude my report. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you for that. And I want to ask the city clerk, was proper notice of the hearing given in a timely manner?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. Has any written communication been received regarding this public hearing?
Has not.
Thank you. All right, let's see. I'm going to open it up to questions from my colleagues.
I would ask this to our current Director of Planning, to Dennis. Are you satisfied that the conditions to reduce those number of daily trips are something that not only can we get suppressed in the short term, but that will be minimized ongoing? We'll be refreshing the leadership in this position. We'll be carrying this project through to probably your successor. And this is something that those are two impacted intersections, both PCH and Maple and PCH and Mariposa, you can argue are probably our two most congested intersections in our city, if you exempt rush hour. Those two are heavily impacted by this. Are we sure that we'll be able to have these levels down to an acceptable level?
Yes, per the condition, we won't allow occupancy of the buildings until they show that those measures are implemented. And then the condition requires annual reports that they remain effective. There's a whole list of items that they can choose from. And on the annual basis, they'll have an engineered traffic report indicating that traffic reduction is working. If not, they're going to have to go back and go down that list again and find additional measures.
Is there an example, this is somewhat for the edification of people watching at home, is there an example of what some of those traffic reduction measures might be?
I'll refer to Eduardo here. He's got a little more time here to answer that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, yes, some of the TDM measures do include transit subsidies. There are commuter assistance, access to transit for pedestrians and for workers of the site. And there's bike sharing alternative work scheduling. And those are a few of the TDM measures that were identified by the city's consulting traffic engineer as appropriate methods to reduce trip generation.
Look, I will say, I think this is a superlative-looking project and a site that is well worth refreshing and all of those things. I do have a healthy degree of skepticism that subsidizing mass transit in an area that is a distinctive walk from a train is necessarily going to reduce those trips. I mean, it's a bit of an article of faith to our diligence that we will be monitoring this annually for compliance, and it will be pretty tricky if they're out of compliance. How do we remediate that if they're out of compliance 2 years in?
And Eduardo, before you answer that, Mayor Pro Tem, if you would, please. I'm going to close the public hearing, and then we're going to continue on to, because we're getting into the debating the topic itself. And then if you could stick around to answer questions, that'd be great.
Of course.
So, stating last name, do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Per 6 to close.
Thank you. And a second?
Pimentel, second.
Thank you. And a vote, please.
Councilmember Stack?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Sorry, guys.
Okay, and then I just want to confirm there's no one in chamber or on Zoom that would wish to address the public or to the council on this matter. Okay, thank you. All right, please continue, Mayor Pro Tem. I think it was to you, Eduardo, to answer the Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, that's fine. So, yes, so as part of the conditions, they would be required to submit some annual monitoring. We would, in turn, as staff, look at that. That would be something that would then be a requirement of the property management firm, if not the owner of the building, to ensure that they hire the appropriate professionals, that they submit to us on an annual basis, that they have implemented certain programs throughout the year to ensure that the vehicle trips are less than that threshold that would put them over that level of significance. If we do get to the point where there would be that they are going over that threshold, then we will work with them along with our consulting traffic engineers to come up with other methods that are appropriate to reduce those vehicle trips.
I mean, I just don't want to be the super pessimist on this, but the concentration, we have hotels there, we have a major supermarket, a bevy of quick serve and fast food restaurants, and this is 1,700 parking spaces. That is a really, really difficult intersection as is. I mean, if you take out Douglas and El Segundo Boulevard at the close of business, there's no worse intersection in town. This is not me throwing stones. I'm just saying that I do have some reservations about that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Can you restate the delta in additional parking spots? How many additional parking spots? Is it?
I'll go ahead and turn that over to either the applicant or David, who is more intimately familiar with the details of that.
Give me one moment, I'm pulling it up for you.
Yeah, and I think to address the Mayor Pro Tem's concern, not just parking spaces, but total trips or VMTs, the additional from the baseline project as it is today, I think.
So there is an increase in parking. As far as the increase in traffic, that is something that we do have the city's environmental consultant on for you, including the traffic consultant with Kimley Horn that can provide you more specific details about the anticipated amount of vehicle trips being increased for this project. And Pranesha, can you discuss that matter?
Yeah, and while Pranesh kind of gets on the line, just to kind of give an overarching response with regards to the thresholds. So the general plan has a policy that I think it's undeniable that over the course of time, you will have increase in traffic. But in terms of what this particular project adds to, there's it would result in and these are a little techie type of things, but it would result in a 0.024 increase to the vehicle capacity ratio. Our general plan policy blatantly states that if you go over 0.02, then that's considered a significant impact. So what do we do in order to reduce that significant impact? So what they have identified, our traffic consulting engineer has looked at it and has found TDM measures that we were talking about earlier that can be implemented to reduce that to less than 0.02. All the other intricacies of that, I'll turn that over to them, but I just wanted to at least give you that kind of basic background.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Pranesh Tarikere with Kimley Horn. We prepared the traffic study, both the level of service analysis and the VMT analysis for this project. Like Eduardo was mentioning, what we do is the intersection analysis is called, there is a intersection capacity utilization methodology that the city uses, where when the level of service is below certain thresholds, in this case, if it is below level of service D, if it's ERF, there is a threshold of significance if the project contributes in an increase of volume to capacity ICU of 0.02 or more, which is like 2% of the capacity, then it's considered a significant impact. So that was analyzed for all the study area intersections, and there was one intersection, PCH and Imperial, where the project's contribution, the additional contribution from the project was over that threshold. And then the TDM measures, this is from based on the CAPCOA, which this is there are different transportation demand management measures, a list that has been provided, and the number of trips, this is based on research that has been done over the years that it would reduce each of those TDM measures. And a combination of these TDM measures, we have analyzed what would be required in order to bring that level of significance below the 0.02 numbers that is required by the general plan. And that was found to be 300 daily trips. And there are different strategies, TDM strategies that have been identified that the applicant could, come up with, use several of those strategies to bring the trips down where the impact from the project is less than significant.
Nothing further. I just know it's a tough area to get out of after work as it stands, and 1,700, even if the delta on new vehicles is close to 1,500, looking at what that surface lot currently holds, that's a significant loadout going past the Air Force Base, going east, going northeast, going southwest. It's really gonna be difficult.
And can I just ask one question? Where will the traffic from the parking structure be flowing onto? What street? Like, what's the egress and where does it flow?
So the egress would, both ingress and egress is via PCH.
So there is no outlet, because the parking garage is kind of recessed. So there's no outlet onto Maple or Mariposa. It's all going on to PCH.
Correct.
All right, and can you, again, Eduardo, maybe this is for the applicant, when you talk about that annual compliance, what's involved in that and what's the recourse should they be out of, I guess, what would be considered out of compliance? Is it the .24 that you mentioned, that one intersection is exceeded, greater than that, or how would you consider that annual report to be out of compliance?
Well, we would look at it out of compliance if the measures that they continue to take don't reduce the vehicle trips by at least 300. To put the burden on the applicant to say that they need to ensure that it's less than .02 is almost looking at it, as if they're responsible for other non-project related traffic that adds to that intersection. So they can only deal with what they can. And so the way the condition is written is that, they take appropriate measures, TDM measures that they can in order to ensure that those programs cumulatively result in a reduction of 300 vehicle trips.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay. All right, well, if there's nothing further, we're gonna move on to reading the ordinance. Any other comments, questions? Going once, going twice? Carol, you're good? Councilmember Perstuck? Okay.
Mayor and council, there are two resolutions and an ordinance. The two resolutions are for adoption this evening, relating to the CEQA determination as well as the tentative map and the site plan approval, and then the ordinance will be for introduction tonight with possible adoption at the next regular council meeting. So with that, the first resolution, a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for environmental assessment number E8-1289, zone text amendment number 20-01, vesting tentative parcel map number 83129, and site plan review number SPR 20-30 for property located at 650-700 North Pacific Coast Highway and 737 Carl Jacobson Way is ready for approval.
Who would like to make a motion to approve?
Persick, so moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
Giroux, second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'd take a voice vote, please.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
Okay, City Attorney?
Next, a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo approving vesting and tentative parcel map number 83129 and site plan review number 20-30, thereby allowing the consolidation of 7 parcels into a single lot and construction of a new 70,921 square foot, 7-story office building with an integrated 1,185 space parking structure for property located at 650-700 North Pacific Coast Highway and 737 Carl Jacobson Way is ready for adoption.
Who would like to make a motion approving that?
Persick, so moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Giroux, second.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, if you would, please.
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Perstuck?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Passes 4-0.
And finally, an ordinance amending El Segundo Municipal Code, Section 15-16, to amend the definition of floor area to exempt parking that is integrated into a structure from counting towards the net floor area of a building is ready for introduction.
Who would like to introduce?
Sorry, Persick, yes. So
Okay,
moved.
so the second reading and possible adoption, the ordinance is scheduled for June 1st, 2021.
Yes, Mayor.
All right. Thank you. I think that does it on that item. I just want to say to the applicant, it's really nice in this post-pandemic world that you guys are making a huge investment in that property that's going to absolutely beautify PCH. Thank you for your faith in El Segundo and your continued investment.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have item 9. This is a staff presentation. Eduardo and Dennis, thank you. Proposed pension obligation bonds, preliminary official statement, continuing disclosure certificate, and bond purchase agreement, with the recommendation to adopt a resolution approving proposed preliminary official statement, continuing disclosure certificate, and bond purchase agreement related to the issuance of pension obligation bonds, and to approve the pension obligation bonds issue size. Ad hoc Pension Committee recommends using a 100% unfunded actuarial liability funding amount. Mr. Mitnick, who will report on this item?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it'll be a little bit of a tag team. I'm going to tee it up, and then your Chief Financial Officer, Joe Lilio, will give you a brief presentation. He's requested to do so from his office so he can have access to the slides, and should there be any technical questions from the council, he's more able to do it that way. Okay, so City Council, and we also have members of our financing team here are available. Our municipal advisor, Mark Young with K&N Public Finance, he is here, and I believe our bankers are watching. So, Council, this is a great moment. We feel for the taxpayers, for the organization, and in particular for City Council, due to your leadership and vision and your persistence to deal with the pension issue. A little bit of background, this council has worked hard over the last 4 years to drive down the cost of the pensions and to take proactive steps to reduce the exposure to the taxpayers. And Joe and I, in preparing for today, we put together a little hit list I want to share with you as a reminder. Due to council's actions over the last few years, you've reduced, for example, you reduced the length of the amortization period for PERS, the Fresh Start program. This has saved an estimated $7.1 million. And we started doing that in 2018 and 19. We reduced the amortization period. I know this is technical, but we like to get in for the record from 28 and 30 years down to 20 years. You also pushed us to do additional discretionary payments to reduce the UAL, and we'll get into what that means a little bit later, but that saved $3.75 million to date, and we anticipate saving more going forward. Thirdly, you authorized staff to prepay the annual UAL payments up front versus making monthly payments to PERS, and over the last few years, that's saved $1.25 million. Small amount, but it's had some savings. You also authorized us to set up a pension trust fund, the IRS 115 section, and to prepay, to have funds set aside to allow us to pre-fund future UAL obligations should we have them. And we started doing that in 2017, 18, and to date, we have made enough payments and investment returns, leaving a balance of over $5 million. That's in the kitty now, and that is growing. It's anticipated that could grow to $10, $15, $20 million over the next decade or so, depending on how the returns do and depending on how much additional funds are put in there. So just looking at those 4 action items that you've already taken, to date, you have saved $17.1 million in pension cost. The next 19 years, if you do nothing else, that alone could generate savings of 30 million plus. You also approved, and we negotiated with the employees for the classic employees in both public safety and in miscellaneous to pay their full share of the employee share of the contributions, and Joe will talk a little bit about that later. That's been a significant move. That means the employees pay the full amount of their share. And then on March 16th, not that long ago, council approved formalized a UAL policy, which will in the future dedicate 30 to 60% of the savings, if you do the bonds, to offset future UAL, and the projected annual savings starting in 2022 will be $300,000 a year, going up to as much as $1.8 million in the future. And then you also, as part of that policy, we will dedicate a portion of new recurring revenues, if revenue sources, if a future council were to ever pursue that, to go into the 115 fund. I know this is technical, I just wanted to point it out. And then finally, Recently, on April 20th, City Council approved a Topgolf revenue allocation policy. So when Topgolf comes online and the revenues are generated, part of your policy is 60 to 70% of the driving range ground lease revenue that comes in. That's about $780,000, $910,000 a year. That will go into the 115 pension fund. So I read off a lot of numbers there. These two items here will generate $1 million to $2.7 million a year, and over the next 19 years, 20 to 30 million a year, on top of the numbers I mentioned earlier. All right, so thanks for your indulgence on that. But before you get going on the pension obligation bonds, I wanted to remind you and members of the public of the significant steps that this city council has taken to date. And you are a leader in this region in doing that. We should be proud of that. Now, with respect to the ad hoc pension committee, the reason we're here, a little bit of background. Back in July of 2020, July 22nd, 2020, when the city council was holding its strategic planning study session, you appointed Mayor Pro Tem Chris Pimentel and Councilmember Scott Nickel to serve on an ad hoc pension committee, and you asked them to review the city's pension obligations to pursue further ways to reduce the city's pension cost. The committee has met 9 separate times from September through May 12th, 9 meetings. At these meetings, also the city treasurer, Matthew Robinson, and he's watching, the city manager and your chief financial officer, and for many of the meetings, your municipal advisor, Mr. Mark Young, were at the meetings to provide answers to questions and assistance and to do research. There were other staff members that worked as well to help the committee. The committee came in front of the council on 4 times, 5 if you count tonight, with recommendations. On December 1st, they provided an update, and they sought from city council direction to staff to pursue doing pension obligation bonds as a way to further reduce the cost of our pensions. On January 19th, the committee was back in front of the council, and the council did approve and provided direction to do the bonds. A lot of work has taken place since that date. On March 16th, 2021, the committee was again in front of the city council recommending the adoption of the UAL policy, and I talked about the benefits of that. And then on April 20th, it was the committee's recommendation for the council to adopt the Topgolf revenue allocation policy that I articulated earlier. So this committee's been very active. They put in a lot of hours. And now, today, the culmination of a lot of work, hundreds of staff hours and consultant hours, you have the implementation measures in front of you to actually do the bonds. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joe. And then at the very end of all this, if it goes well, I do want to call out some of the individuals who work so hard on behalf of City Council. So I'm going to turn it over to Joe Lilio.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Boyles, Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel, and honorable council members. So I do want to echo what Scott said. You know, City Council has taken very bold actions, proactive actions, with addressing the pension liabilities over the last 5 years. That should be something that you know, you should be proud of, and definitely someone that's a city that's very proactive in this space. So Scott did introduce Mark Young from K&N Public Finance. I also want to introduce a couple of the other key players that helped with the POB issuance here. We have John Kim from Stiefel. He's also on the line right now. Kevin Savali from Straddling. He's a disclosure counsel. Tyler Old from JP Morgan, our banker. And Kevin Hale from ORIC, our bond counsel. Okay, so this is just a quick slide on how CalPERS is funded. And this is based off of June 30, 2020. It comes right from CalPERS website. So CalPERS is currently funded 55 cents comes from investment earnings from their portfolio. 32 cents comes from employer contributions, and 13 cents from employee contributions. So that's for every pension dollar. This is how it is currently being funded. I do want to touch on the Public Employee Pension Reform Act, also referred to as PEPRA. So what is PEPRA? It was approved by the state legislator in 2012, signed by the governor, Governor Brown at the time. It took effect on January 1st, 2013. It mostly affects new members, so new employees that became employed by municipalities that contract with CalPERS after July 1st, 2013, or prior members that were employed by municipality but had a break in service greater than 6 months and then came back into public employment. And what PEPRA did is it changed the formulas and the costing structure for pensions for individuals that are fall within the PEPRA category. So it did change the benefit structure for miscellaneous, 2% at 62. That's fixed. It cannot be negotiated or changed. 2.7 at 57 for public safety. Limit on total pensionable compensation. So put a cap on that. It does increase by a CPI factor each year. And that's different, obviously, from the classic members. It's a much higher cap. I believe that cap is in the mid 200,000s right now. Required to pay, so PEPRA members are required to pay 50% of the normal cost. So currently for public safety members, that equates to about 13.9%. For non-public safety members, miscellaneous, that's 6.75%. Employer paid member contributions are prohibited. And that's something that was very costly prior to PEPRA. And things like uniform allowance and other certain special pays are not counted towards pensionable compensation. And then for classic members, so those are employees that were employed by municipalities prior to PEPRA taking place. So starting January 1st, 2018, the city was able to require these members to pay up to 50% of normal cost. And most of the miscellaneous employees are at 8%, and public safety is at 12%. And that's an increase. Some of the public safety members were at 0 several years ago, and now all the public safety are 12, and same with miscellaneous. Some were well below 8%, and now we're all at 8%. And just a little bit of background about the pension costs to cities. So there's two components of pension costs. There's the normal cost, and then there's something called the unfunded liability, or also referred to as the unfunded actuarial liability, UAL. And I'll get into a slide here that describes that a little bit. So the normal cost, that's the cost to fund the accrual of benefits for the upcoming year for active members. So that's kind of the ongoing current cost. It's presented and billed as a percentage of payroll, and every payroll, the city makes a payment to PERS based on the normal cost. So it is a long-term ongoing cost of the plan. And currently the city's share of this normal cost is about $4.2 million per year. That's the city share. And this will decline as more classic members retire out of the workforce and are replaced by PEPRA members. That number will slowly decline and then stabilize for the long term. So the unfunded actuarial liability, or the UAL, that's the unfunded pension costs of all vested employees, retired, active, inactive, through June 30. And that's June 30th of each year. So an annual report is issued by CalPERS, usually released each July, towards the end of July, sometimes in early August, based off that June 30 time frame. And that's where the UAL comes from. It is billed as a dollar amount, so it can either be paid monthly over the course of a year, or it could be prepaid in July. And that's what the city has been doing for the last 5 years, prepaying it. And Mr. Mitnick did touch on that, and that has saved the city over $1 million so far. And there's several things that go into this calculation. It's determined by CalPERS amortization policies. So you have the discount rate currently, it's set at 7%. So that's the assumed rate of return CalPERS has each year, that they're going to come in at 7%. So if CalPERS lowers that discount rate, that will add, that will have the effect of adding new UAL in subsequent years. Longevity, they have done longevity studies in the past where they've increased the expected life of CalPERS members. That will add new UAL as well. And they look at these every 4 years. And then inflation. So right now they're assuming 2.5% inflation for the long term. And if they make any adjustments on that, that will also add new UAL. And currently the city's total unfunded actuarial liability is $151 million. That includes public safety and non-public safety. And vast majority of that is classic members. And for the pension obligation bonds, I'm going to use the acronym POB for pension obligation bonds moving forward. So POBs, and again, council has seen several presentations on this. So if we do issue the bonds at 100% of the UAL, which is the $151.07 million, $151.07 million, that will result in level debt service payments. And the slide before you here, you have the first column, the year that the contribution will be made. Second column is the CalPERS payment. That's coming right from CalPERS. That's based on their actual report that they issue every July. The POB debt service, so that you can see that's level service going all the way down, $10.4 million per year. The next column is the budgetary savings, and that's comparing the POB debt service payment to the CalPERS payment. And then the final column on the far right is the present value savings. And then I want to reiterate CalPERS, they are assessing that UAL of 151 million at a 7% interest rate. That's that discount rate that I referred to earlier. Pension obligation bonds, we're assuming a rate of right around 2.69%. So a big difference in interest rate, and that's what's driving the cost difference there. And you can see, looking at both the budgetary column and the present value savings column, significant savings each year. And if you look down at the bottom of the slide, the budgetary savings is right around 86.6 million over the life of the bond. That's a 19-year bond. And the present value savings equates to 62.9 million in savings. Again, this is if we issue at 100%. This is a graphical view. The blue vertical lines are pension debt through CalPERS. The red vertical lines are the POB. You can see the level debt service payment, and you can see how really in out years we're saving quite a bit of money there. So I do want to present what the POB would look like at 95% of issuance. So that issuance amount would be $143.5 million. And again, here, the far left column begins with the contribution date. The next column is the CalPERS payment. Next column is the POB debt service, again at the 95% issuance. And then the budgetary savings and the present value savings. So I just want to go back real quick. Here, I do want to point out that debt service is about 9.9 million per year. And so what I would like to do, Council, is over the next 4 slides, I would like to tell a story that will help City Council decide on the issuance size of the POBs, whether it should be 100% or 95%. So again, we do have this current valuation of 151.07 million of UAL. However, this is based on CalPERS June 30, 2019 return and the July 2020 actuarial report. So they are 2 years behind on the reporting, but this is the dollar amount that they are reflecting to us right now that is due for the UAL, and therefore that's the maximum amount that we could issue the POBs for. CalPERS had a 4.7% return on June 30, 2020, so it's something we already know. So they missed their discount rate of 7%, so they missed it by 2.3%. So that created an investment loss for CalPERS, and that resulted in just under 6.4 million in new UAL investment loss. However, that is not reflected in that 151.07 million. So if we issue the bonds today, 100%, we already know July 2021, when they issue the new actuarial report, we are going to have 6.4 million in new UAL. CalPERS is projected to end this June 30, 2021 at 15%. So that's 8% above their target of the 7% discount rate. So at the end of April 30th, 2021, they were actually at an 18% return. So, depending on how we perform between May and the end of June is where we're going to end at. And CalPERS is assuming 15%. So I have used that number and calculated what that means to the city. So that would result in a $23.2 million investment gain that would not be reported on our actuarial report until July 2022. So again, I just want to kind of recap here. We have currently this $151 million UAL. We have 6.4 million in new UAL that's projected to be on the July 2021 actual report. 23.2 million in investment gains to be reported on July 2022 report. So with that knowledge in mind, if we issue the POBs at the 100% level, which is the 151 million, that would result with, and then factoring in the June 30, 2020 investment loss and the projected gain for this June 30, that would result in $16.8 million in what we call stranded assets, so overfunded with PERS. Now there's a lot of restrictions, legal restrictions on what that can be used for. It can only be used for any new UAL that would be incurred by CalPERS down the road. So that either they missed their discount rate, they lowered their discount rate. So if they lower it from 7 to, let's say, 6.75 or 6.5, that would create new UAL. If they increased longevity for members, that would increase UAL. So that's the only thing that $16.8 million can be used for. It cannot be used for the normal cost, the cost that's incurred every payroll, which is currently about 4.2 million per year for the city. So it cannot be used for that unless there's some type of legislative action that would allow that. But currently, that does not exist. So again, if we issue the POBs at 100%, that 16.8 million could potentially be stranded there with CalPERS, so on the city's books with CalPERS until 2038. And that's assuming that the discount rate is lowered from the current 7% down to 6.5%, which CalPERS is currently doing lots of outreach with their constituents on this issue. So they do this review every 4 years, and it happens to be that this is year 4. And they will probably be presented with a decision to the CalPERS board in October, this October of 2021, what to do with the discount rate, whether to keep it, retain it at the 7% or reduce it. And it looks like by the many presentations I've been involved with, that they will reduce it, whether it's by 25 basis points, 0.25%, or 50 basis points, 0.5%, we don't know yet. But The assumption I built in here in the slide in front of you is taking into consideration that they will eventually lower it to 6.5%. And that will eat into those stranded assets and then deplete it right around 2038.
Joe, this is Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel. If I could just put that quickly into layman's terms on that, if you can go back one slide. That when we talk about the overfunding piece, I want to make sure everyone understands that let's say the number is 16.8 million, that cannot be used to pay pensions. So that overfunding cannot be used to pay pension costs. It only exists to offset future unfunded liabilities should they occur. I know that gets lost in the wash a little bit, but that's 60. It's not a slush fund that we could use to pay pensions. It can only offset future unfunded liabilities.
Correct. Okay, so this slide now takes a view if we issue the POB at 95%. So again, we have this $151 million UAL currently. The POB at 95% would be issued at 143.5 million. So leaving about 7.5 million on the books today. There would be 6.4 million added in July of 2021. But then this 23.2 million gain that we are projecting for June 30, 2021 would be added on the books of the July 2022 report. I know it gets very confusing. So that would result then in 9.2 million in stranded assets were overfunded with PERS. So we would still be overfunded, but at, I think, a value that I think is a little bit more prudent. And with the lowering of the discount that potentially will happen, that stranded asset would be depleted by 2034. Again, that's assuming that if they do lower the discount rate at 6.5%, that CalPERS meets that 6.5% each year through 2034. That inflation on their assumptions remain at 2.5%, and longevity remains currently as it is as well. Okay, and put it in a little bit of more context here. The issuance at 100% versus 95%, the 95% would have a debt service payment about $512,000 less per year over the 19 years of the bond's life, which would result in $9.7 million less in debt service payments. That could be utilized for capital funding, the pension trust, or whatever strategic goals City Council would apply that towards. And I'm sorry, one other point I do want to bring up is Scott did mention we have a balance of about $5 million right now in our pension trust. That's been doing extremely well. And with the new UAL policy and the Topgolf policy, the city's policy says we're going to begin funding the pension trust at a greater level. And it definitely has the potential to get to whether $10, $20 million, depending on how we fund it, very quickly. And so we have that tool set aside also that will help offset any new UAL once our stranded assets where the overfunded portion with CalPERS is eventually depleted through lowering of the discount or missing their target rate each year. So basically the council action tonight, well, there's a couple actions, but one of the decisions that need to be made by City Council is what percentage to issue the POBs at. 95% of UAL, 100% of UAL, where I should have put another bullet point in there, or some other amount, but this is the two amounts that have been discussed throughout the numerous pension ad hoc committee meetings and the several meetings that have been brought before the full City Council. The recommendation by the pension ad hoc committee during their last meeting last week was 100% of UAL. Recommendation by city manager, by the city's municipal advisor, K&N, and myself is 95% of UAL. And I'm open to any questions. We also have our advisors here that are available to answer any questions as well.
I will start the bidding. If I can add my 2 cents to this, Mr. Mayor, and bring to still some of the back and forth we've had at some very spirited subcommittee meetings, is that 100% UAL, if we go to the POB for 100% of our UAL, that's effectively saying we do not believe that CalPERS will hit its targets over the next 20 years, and we do not believe that they will maintain their current discount rate, so their presumed, in effect, their presumed rate of growth. What that risks us is if they do hit those things, then we have an enormous amount of money a future council will not be able to touch, right? And it is unlikely, well, in my view, it is unlikely there will be a greater number of people with unfunded liabilities to offset, because we will be moving from classic employees to the preponderance of the employees, then the majority of the employees will be PEPRA employees. So in theory, there will not be a growing unfunded liability that we would be able to offset with that overfunding. Conversely, if we issue at 95%, that is a bet that we will be overfunded until about 2034, in which we think we will begin to accrue new unfunded liability, which in theory, that unfunded liability we could pay for with the 115 trust that we've already invested. So instead of having a purely stranded asset, we have an asset of our own that we can use. And the 115 trust we can use to either pay current pensions if we have it, or we can use it to pay unfunded liabilities. We have a greater amount of flexibility with it. That said, you know, if we do it at 95% and CalPERS underperforms, we risk having a ballooning unfunded liability, and then a future council in 2036 has to go through some sort of effort to address, you know, a $20 or $30 million unfunded liability. Fortunately, we have guidelines that we have set in the last few meetings to address those unfunded liability points before they grow to that point. But it really is, in honesty, we were back and forth on this and back and forth and around the bend, and it's a matter of temperament. You know, if you are incredibly pessimistic on the performance of CalPERS, and in the future you see runaway inflation, well, not runaway inflation, but significant inflation is an issue, and if you see that you risk a significant cut to the discount rate and underperformance, then 100% of UAL is likely where you're going to go. If you are risk averse, and we looked at 90% even, that seemed to be, 90% seemed to be a bit too conservative for most people in the subcommittee's taste, but 95% is a hedge that says there's a chance CalPERS will do okay, and that the 115, which is something that we invest more at our own discretion and grow significantly at a significantly greater rate, that we can use that to offset the risk of increased UAL. So the 195 is a matter of temperament and policy. I think that we've all kind of gone back and forth. I know the treasurer had significant and well thought out input from the private sector to bring into this. So again, it's you know, open to debate on this. I will reserve my preference till the end, but I wanted to say that's really what distills the argument down to.
Question, do we have data that tells how this has performed, how PERS has performed against their goals the past 20 to 30 years? Have they hit it more often than not? Is the overall average around 8%?
Funny you should ask.
Because that's really a determining factor. I mean, what's the historical data telling you? I mean,
it really is and I think the city manager will pull this up. It depends in a lot of sense on which, you know, do you go to 31 years, 35 years, 40 years? Because there's distortions and outliers. You know, the dot-com outliers drag up the last 20 years, but if you go to 30, it looks a little different. This is something that we have the data for, and I will open it, but it is a wrenching argument of, do you look at 34 years, 34 and a half? Because that is a moving target.
I'm going 20, because we're looking at 20 years in the head, right? Just some kind of perspective on it.
And while they're looking that up, so we went from, like, the proposal is either 100 or 95. how about 97%? Like, is there a reason why you picked 95?
We kind of bracketed it in. We looked at 90, 95, 100. We pulled up 97.5 in the middle of the meeting. And I will tell you that before the recent, we were set on 100 as much as 2 months ago. And then when the reports came in that all of a sudden, our UAL number was poised to shrink drastically, then we put on, much like we've talked about this entire time, if I'm on the council in 2036, what does it look like? 2036, a year ago, we were saying, oh my goodness, these people are going to spend 25% of the general fund budget just servicing the pension. Then we put our hats on this time and said 2036, they're going to look at us and say, why did these people tie up all this money that we cannot touch, that sits with CalPERS, that we believe it is unlikely the state of California will ever let us get back without a legislative moment. So that's the 97.5 is in there. I mean, that is splitting the baby a bit. But if CalPERS, if you have faith in them being able to perform almost in a basic manner, then we risk some stranded assets. But Councilmember Nichols, sorry.
Oh, no, it was, I asked the same question, Councilmember Giroux, because I asked it in a manner in which I said, how did we get to where we are? How did our unfunded get so large? Why is it the only thing that the public has asked us about for 3 election cycles? What are you going to do about unfunded liability? What are you going to do about unfunded liability? This council member has zero faith in CalPERS' abilities. But I thought about it a couple different ways, and Mr. Lilio and Mr. Mitnick have been great, and they have humored me numerous times asking strange, abstract questions and creating analogies and things to try to present it in a manner in which it's easily digestible by not just us, but also the public. And I keep thinking to myself, we have emergency reserves, right? That we're technically in a pandemic or on the tail end of a pandemic, and we just went through budgeting, and we don't want to touch the economic uncertainty fund, and so I started thinking about, if this is overfunded, is that not a big giant security blanket for any future council? Sure, they can't touch it, but it's almost forced savings. And honestly, I just don't see that happening. I hope I'm wrong. I hope whatever we decide tonight, whether we go 95, 97, or 100, they're stranded assets based upon just this snapshot of one fantastic year of returns from CalPERS, right? But I believe that I have been conditioned by staff that I cannot trust CalPERS. We cannot set our watch by CalPERS in years leading up to today. We have seen Joe's graph. We all know the graph. The doomsday is coming graph, right? Where here's this number where it's going to be. And that doomsday is simply because of CalPERS' poor returns. So I think I had a long conversation with the treasurer today. He's actually wrapping up soccer practice right now, so he's not on this call. And he said he really didn't want to affect our decision-making here. He said he felt that we should get all the information from staff and then we should make a decision. But he's the smartest financial brain I know personally. And, he created a spreadsheet and he guessed the 15% based upon his numbers on his spreadsheet. He said, I think CalPERS is going to come back and return a 15% return on this. And then 2 weeks later, they came back and announced that they were going to return a 15% return. And so he thinks he can create a tool that can help us forecast into the future where their returns are going to be. And he is adamant. Do the 100%. You will not be wrong. You will not get hurt. And so I will say where I stand on the matter. I am still pushing for the 100%. Because if the debt payment difference is $500,000 every year, if we're not paying that into our debt, that $500,000 is going to get spread throughout the organization. We can try to earmark it through policy and say, hey, okay, instead of losing that 512 throughout the organization, we could set that aside, or just that goes directly towards our current pension payment that's due every year outside of the unfunded. But I just think we borrow it, we strap our trailer to the 10, I think it's 10.7, 10 point, I don't know what the exact number is, $10.5 million payment, and we never looked back.
I'll throw two more exciting items in here because I know this is just riveting. One is that we do anticipate, and I think this is okay to take a prognostication at, that CalPERS, irrespective of whether they cut their discount rate, is likely to change their investment strategy to be more conservative, which will, by necessity, cut their loss a bit, their risk to loss, but the upside is diminished as well. And second is just a sort of point of order for the people at home. Unfunded liability is in effect borrowed money. We're borrowing from CalPERS and paying 7%, hence why we're doing this whole exercise, so we only pay 3% in the bond market.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Council members, I do have the answer to your question right from CalPERS website. So CalPERS has published, this was as of June 30, 2020, a 6.3% return for a 5-year time period, 8.5% for a 10-year time period, 5.5% for 20-year, and 8.0% over a 30-year. So that was as of June 30, 2020.
Do you have the S&P to benchmark that against or anything else? I know that they're not all equities in CalPERS, but just roughly, if you look at 30 years, what did the markets, capital markets returned? It's probably not a fair question because there's a fair amount of bond and debt in there. I have concern. I want to just state a couple concerns I have, and these two concerns are offsetting. One is that when Governor Brown came in office a second time, there were great expectations that he would make even further pension reductions. He did pepper in 2012 under his administration, and people were pretty disappointed that he didn't do more in his second term. And I think that's coming. Maybe not during this administration, but I think that in the next 5 to 10 years, I think it is reasonable, at least my opinion, to expect that there will be further reductions to PEPRA. If that happens, we've set aside 100%, we're gonna have significant funds at risk. Stranded assets, I should say. The contradicting argument that I get concerned about is I think that, what's the actuarial right now, 78.8? What are they assuming the average life of a CalPERS member right now, Joe? Is it 78.8 or something like that?
Yeah, they made adjustments, Mayor, the last ALM process, and I want to say it's 78 point something for males and just slightly above 80 for females.
I have concern. I mean, I think medicine is advancing so quickly. I think that their actuarial numbers are way off, which would then understate the amount of liability we have in the future. So I'm conflicted on both fronts. I think my preference would be to go dial it back to the 90 that you mentioned, actually, and be even more conservative, because I think there are going to be significant structural changes to pension in the future. It could be dead wrong, but that's my opinion.
I guess it's a question for Joe, based upon one of the mayor's statements. It's weird, I'm looking at the TV, talking to you, but what is owed, this unfunded liability piece? If there was pension reform at the state level, that would not change what we owe, correct?
Pension reform would impact
future pension,
new employees.
not anything to do with our unfunded piece.
Looking forward, not retro. So I'm assuming that, I mean, I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the legislator would or would not do, but history says that they would look moving forward as of a certain date. So new entrants into the employee work base would be then at that, whatever it's PEPRA 2 or whatever you want to call it.
So we're already obligated for this 151. We owe that to people.
Right.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were clear on that, that the only way that that number goes down is if the money we have invested with CalPERS returns a better return than what they are benchmarking it at, their base, correct?
Yes.
But doesn't that 151 include classic and PEPRA numbers? I mean, the rate that or no?
No, it's maybe, Mayor, I want to say maybe about 100,000, maybe 150,000 of PEPRA miscellaneous members. Non-safety PEPRA members, there's 0 UAL. We've been paying that off in full each year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So when we first started talking about pension obligation bonds, I think one of the ways people described it is that it's kind of like your mortgage, right? You're going to refinance it. You're going to go from 7% down to 3%. It's a no-brainer. You should just maximize it out. But the truth of the matter is, in this scenario, this is not a mortgage on your house. There's other factors and other variables that go into it. So the way I look at this is no matter what decision we make, there's going to be stranded assets or the potential for stranded assets. Am I correct on that, Joe?
So based on the knowledge that we have today,
Yeah.
Whether we issue at 100% or 95%, we will have stranded assets in 2 years from now, yes.
So if, for example, in July 2023, the PERS comes back and they said, oh, wow, we had a bad year, we're at 4.2% return, does that stranded asset number get reduced?
Yes.
Yes. So we're essentially playing a game every year. We're kind of just trying to judge the market. So we have to forecast out what the best case scenario is. The other issues that we have, I think, as a city right now, unfortunately, in the short term, is that we need to fund an awful lot of capital improvement projects that we simply don't have the money for. So does going down to 95 or even 90 give us a little bit more latitude to be able to be reactionary, to take care of some of these things, rather than actually looking at the possibility of doing capital improvement bonds? Can we kind of kill two birds with one stone here by maybe dialing it back a little bit? That's my question.
Well, I think I heard him say it's, are you frozen, Joe? No, you're blinking. I think you said it's a $900,000 difference, right? Additional $900,000, roughly 100% versus 95?
512,000.
Okay, 512, okay.
Yeah.
That's average, so it fluctuates. There's some fluctuation there, but that's on average, yes.
So let me play devil's advocate on that, because I went through the same process. Like I had the same train of thought. Okay, well, if we set aside this extra 5, or if it's more, an extra $1 million a year towards capital improvement, that's fantastic. Problem is, CalPERS doesn't return well, and we have an unfunded piece. And didn't we just set a new policy that unfunded piece needs to be paid within, if it's X amount of dollars within 5 years, X amount of dollars within so many years? So then immediately, whatever cash we have on hand, we've essentially created a policy to then cover that. And so one could make the argument, if we borrow the 100%, okay, and we set ourselves to this $10.5 million payment every year, that means that even if CalPERS doesn't or underperforms, we have the assets there to cover that shortcoming, so it doesn't trigger our UAL policy, right, to repay it, which then leaves this council or a future council more cash on hand to do more. Because at the end of the day, those capital improvement projects, either we're setting aside money to save for them, like in an equipment replacement fund type scenario, or it's, hey, there's surplus money, here's some one-time spend money, what do you want to do, right? And so that's the way I see it, is if we go 95, the payment's less, but that extra 512, and it's not really extra, it's just 512 less that we have to pay towards the pension obligation bond, I think that gets spread out and you never see it. It gets lost somewhere in the budget.
I would interject that at 95, just to put the perspective, we will be overfunded until 2034. So if there is new UAL that pops up, we don't necessarily need to trigger that policy if we're overfunded. We just estimate, based on actuarial calculations, that at 2034, that's where all of a sudden we start accruing new UAL, which in theory, the $5 million we currently have in the 112 trust or making money off of should be somewhere in the range of $12 to $15 million, which we could use to offset new UAL, or whichever council is seated there, however they want to do it. If they want to sell tickets to the Nickel Museum to cover that, they can do it.
Plus, we have how much in the pension trust fund? 5 million roughly now. So we have that to tap into.
But that can be used to pay current pension obligation, not just unfunded, right? So like this council or a future council could say, hey, we have this capital improvement project we really want to do. Let's make the annual payment or some of these monthly payments, let's add them up. Let's start pulling that out of that trust because it's performing so well, and let's set aside that money for a capital improvement, right? There's nothing that says that trust fund cannot be used for current obligation and future obligation. That's just my thought. My thought is, and to Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel's point, you know, we will have these stranded assets until 2034. That's also based totally on projections.
Absolutely. Right. All right, any further dialogue? Scott, did you want to say something? You had your hand up.
I did, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, very good discussion, and to clarify the recommendations, whether they're, or at least from staff, it's not really based on market timing or expected returns. It's really based on providing the most flexibility and the most control to City Council today and in the future. At 100%, there is considerable risk, and future councils could end up regretting that. There's also potential for the upside if returns are really low. We just feel, by looking back over the last 40 years and looking at where we may be going, it's better to have that flexibility and control at the local level and not have it in the hands of somebody up in Sacramento. So it's a judgment call for you. There's no right or wrong answer, but having that control in the future, what to do with your money, we feel is an added value.
I did have another question. Joe, is there any difference in our cost? The cost to the city, not what we have to pay annually, but our costs for the broker to go with 95% versus 100%? The cost of doing this business, is there a difference?
We talk about, like the bond issuance costs?
Yeah, the bond issuance.
Our
Yeah.
bankers.
Yes.
I would have to ask.
And the reason I ask the question is because, God forbid, like, whatever we choose, whatever this amount is, a future council needs to go back out for bond again to cover something. Because let's say the sky fell and CalPERS returned 2% annually for a decade, and now there's new unfunded piece. There's a cost to that business that they're going to have to do again. Like, all of this is costing us money, right? Some of what we're borrowing is actually the cost of issuance, correct?
The cost of issuance is built into the numbers that were presented to council, but I mean, you can see, $86 million from a budgetary perspective, 62.9 from present value, even with the closing costs in there.
But typically, Joe, I mean, aren't issuances fees typically paid on the size of the offering? Yes, Mr. Mednick. So there could be additional fixed cost component associated with going out to market again in 15, 20 years. We're also paying more now for additional borrowing. I still think, oh, sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I do want to reiterate that, with our Top Golf policy and our UAL policy, that we will potentially be putting away, quite a bit of money moving forward in 2022, 2023, $1 million or more into that pension trust. That's going to grow pretty significantly. And that's what that tool there is for, is to help mitigate risk in the future against CalPERS returns not hitting their target rate. And maybe when it gets funded to a certain level, we could take a strategic look at it, utilizing part of that trust to pay ongoing normal costs, as well as keeping a certain portion there for any new UAL down the road.
Hey, Joe, do you mind if I chime in for a second?
Absolutely, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, so the difference between 95% funding and 100% funding is about $7.5 million. So I really wouldn't be focused on what are we saving in terms of cost of issuance and the like. You all are having a really good discussion in terms of the bigger picture, which is the stranded assets. I think Joe did a great presentation to the committee with respect to if we do 100% funding, how long do those stranded assets go out there? But you have a lot of tools at your disposal to deal with an issue if we have stranded assets. You have your UAL policy and you have your top golf policy. And each year, as you're looking at your returns, and if you have stranded assets, you have the ability to make policy decisions to potentially change. And if you have a 115 trust that's grown over time, and you've got stranded assets in CalPERS, you have the ability on an annual basis to divert funds and change policy. So I love the debate tonight between 95 and 100. It's a bet, but I think you have a lot of tools at your disposal going forward that as you see facts going forward, you can modify your policies to accommodate.
Thanks, Mr. Young. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have, Councilmember, whoever, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to muddy the water further, that if you presume a scenario in which CalPERS does exceptionally well, and there are a number of municipalities and agencies that have huge amounts of stranded assets, that have overfunded their pensions, then we're faced with looking for a legislative remedy, right? A group of people getting together and trying to persuade the legislature to grant them some kind of relief. That may happen. That's something I definitely wouldn't bet on. Conversely, if CalPERS woefully underperforms and grows at 2% for a decade, then you will see probably a different body of municipalities and agencies that are suddenly completely insolvent, right? And there we are probably far more likely to see a legislative remedy, in the world of ants and grasshoppers, So I would just say, to muddy the water, when these things go to their sort of grotesque ends, either overfunding or underfunding, then we're both looking for legislative relief. And I would postulate that we're more likely to see insolvencies be rectified than overfunding be rectified.
So, one of the things that I think we all kind of get concerned about sometimes is the unintended consequences of our decisions. In this case, I don't think we have to be concerned about that, because the decisions we made was to significantly cut into what the issue was. So no matter what we decide here tonight, I still think we're in a much better standing than we were before we started all this. I think it might be a good idea to keep that in perspective. And I wish Matt was done with practice, because I do think his input is really important here. However, you two were here with him, and you guys were the committee. So when I look at this, we're trying to prognosticate, and we're not going to be 100% right or 100% wrong no matter what we do here. What is sticking with me right now is two things. I know that Mr. Mitnick and Mr. Lilio like the flexibility of going 95%, and I understand that. But I also look at Matt and that pension committee, who are steadfast, at least I think they're all steadfast, into the 100%. And I'm leaning that way simply because, as Mr. Young just expounded upon, we do have other options to mitigate these issues that we have. So if the one thing we're talking about is 100 versus 95, I gotta admit, I was coming in here leaning towards a 95 or even lower, but after listening to this and seeing the entire playing field, I think I have to go with our treasurer on this one. I think that's the best course of action. Otherwise, we're going to be sitting here just wondering every day whether we made that, do we have 16 million in stranded assets, or do we have 9 million in stranded assets? In the end, we don't know what's going to happen until we get there. But that's where I'm leaning right now. I'm leaning to go with what the ad hoc pension committee has recommended.
I would ask this. I know Mark Young just weighed in about some policy options we have. If we are overfunded into CalPERS, I was not aware of any policy decisions we could make to mitigate that. If we have overfunded our UAL,
Right,
I know if we have underfunded our
reference to the
UAL,
program,
we
yeah.
can use we can use all kinds of things. If we're underfunded, we use our 115 trust, we can use PARs, all those sorts of things. But if we're overfunded, I wasn't sure. He mentioned some policy options that we have, and I was wondering if he could elaborate on that briefly. Or Mr. Mitnick, if you're aware of them, if you'd like to elaborate.
Yeah, specifically he said divert funds. I didn't know if you meant divert funds from the 115 or what that referred to.
That would be news to us, so.
You might have been meaning the top golf.
City Council, can I chime in real quick?
Joe, please.
Yeah, I think Mark Young, and I'm going to ask him to come back on again, but he was referring to that if we go with the 95% issuance, and there happens to be new UAL, that we have plenty of policies and tools to address that. I don't believe he was referring to the stranded asset. But Mark, can you maybe just elaborate a little bit more and clarify?
Yeah, happy to do that. So with both your UAL policy and your top golf policy, you've left yourself the flexibility on an annual basis to reallocate either the revenues from Top Golf or the savings from the POB to either a 115 trust or general fund relief. So on an annual basis, if you've accumulated stranded assets at CalPERS, you can make the decision, okay, we've got stranded assets, we have money in our 115 trust, we're going to make a decision in that budget year to not allocate any more resources to our 115 trust. Or you'll make a decision in that year, we're not going to divert Top Golf revenues to our 115 trust. The other flexibility that you have is if we have significant stranded assets and you have a lot of money in the 115 trust, on a going forward basis, you can, from a policy standpoint, make a decision to utilize 115 trust assets for your normal cost. So there's flexibility with the assets that you have on hand in your policies to deal with stranded assets at the CalPERS level. Yeah. But you're not going to be able to access assets at CalPERS locally. For ARC, the only thing that you can utilize that for is future UAL. And your stranded assets will be an offset against that UAL.
That's exactly what we were saying, the benefits of the 95%.
I just want to make sure that that was clear. I think the first time it came through, there was a perception up here that there was a way we could somehow reduce our overfunding, but beyond just bleeding it off.
Right.
No, I understood what he was saying. I think in the end, really what we're talking about is $7 million here. That's really the only decision we're making today between 95 and 100%. That's essentially it, because that would be the difference in how we start out stranded asset-wise.
Yeah, but the end total of stranded assets at 100% funding could be really significant.
Yeah, it could
If CalPERS performs within striking range of its 7% or 6.75%, we could get close to $20 million stuck. So with that, I'll kind of show my cards that I'm probably more than 95, Kim.
Yeah, and I'm leaning towards 90, but I could settle for 95, certainly not 100.
And then, Mr. Mayor, can I make one more comment, please?
Please do.
So CalPERS has been in this position before, where it's been, the term is used, superfunded. It's been superfunded back in the early 2000s, where the average portfolio was overfunded by anywhere from 15 to 20%. And I think some of the decisions that were made at that time have led us to where we are today. And, just did a complete 180. Now, they did not allow cities, they did have a pension holiday. I think they allowed for maybe a couple of fiscal years, which gave some relief, payment relief to cities. But in the long run, because those assets were stranded there, and CalPERS was making their discount rate for the most part, a way to circumvent that, the governor at the time, who was eventually recalled because of this issue, enhanced pension formulas to eat away at that surplus. So that's how it was dealt with in the early 2000s. CalPERS did not allow cities to go in there and use it towards normal costs or any other flexibility. So that's something to think about as well. If we do become superfunded, again, because issuing the POB at 100% and CalPERS happens to meet their discount rate, history would suggest that they would allow very little flexibility for municipalities to utilize those funds.
Joe, I got a question for you. So let's just say it's 7 million potential stranded funds, the difference between 95 and 100. what's the net present value on that? That's 7 million that the city can't invest. And I don't know what our return is right now on our bonds or what in the market, maybe 3%. I don't know what it's bearing, but slightly above inflation. But if you look at it from the opportunity cost of not being able to invest that money compounding over time, it's fairly significant, is it not? I mean, I guess I'm struggling with why would we give CalPERS any additional money if we think that there's a risk that they're going to get close to their discount rate?
And if they lower the discount rate, which it looks like they're heading in that direction, and again, I don't have a crystal ball, I don't know how their board's gonna vote, but there's indications that they are leaning in that direction. That if, let's say they go down to 6.75, well, then it's a little bit more likely than, that they will meet that target each year. So that's something to consider as well. And again, I just want to remind council that in my assumptions, I do assume that they're lowering the discount rate to 6.5. If they don't, the stranded assets actually are on account with CalPERS longer than the dates that I put on the slides.
I got something for you guys. So I wrote this down earlier tonight, I think when you were reading your proclamation, because I was thinking about this, because I foresaw us being at this juncture in this conversation. So the difference is $512,000 a year, okay? The policies that we have in place in regards to the Topgolf money and the other UAL policies, it is the intention of this council member and being on that subcommittee was the money coming from Topgolf coming in and being put directly towards pensions. It wasn't necessarily earmarked in my mind for unfunded liabilities. It was to help carry the burden of the annual liability we have for pensions. Because a lot of this is talking about what we owe, what we owe, what we owe. We're accruing pensions as we speak. We have employees working right now, right? So we have payments that are accruing now. And so what I would ask is if this dais decides to go with the 95 percentile, which I see things going in that direction, what I would ask is that we bring back another policy. I know how much you love me and my pension policies, taking all the money away from your general fund, that we say that we are going to, for the next decade, take $512,000, the difference, okay? And we put it directly into that trust. We don't use it to pay any current pension obligations, nothing. We run a little test. We are going to see if we can outperform CalPERS with this same exact money that we were already planning on spending, right? Because over those 10 years, that's going to be $5.1 million, $5.12 million that we will have pulled out of the general fund slowly and invested. And where is that 5.2 then? Because at that end of that 10 years, we're going to know real quick, well, hopefully none of us are here, but we're going to know whether or not that 95% was the right choice, or hey, CalPERS is not performing and we don't have stranded assets, and we are now having to trigger using some of that trust fund money to cover UAL. That's all I would ask.
How about we go to 90% and we set aside $1 million a year in the pension trust fund? I have serious concern. Even at 90%, we probably have some stranded assets. It's going to be close. 16 million, 7 million.
How did we get in this situation? I mean, Chris, you shaped it so perfectly at the beginning. The question we were being asked: do we believe and trust that CalPERS is going to return? What do we know of CalPERS? That all we know, like, we are staring at $150 million of debt. And why is that? It's because CalPERS has not returned on what they said they were going to return on. And so that's what,
So we're tying up assets right now and the opportunity cost of those assets when we could do the same thing. You just mentioned a compromise, which is put those in a pension trust fund, grow our own base on our terms, and pay when we want along the way.
But at 90%, we will be immediately starting with more UAL. UAL on the books immediately at 90%. We will not even cover what's there.
What would it look like at 90%, Joe?
But 90%.
He has the number on the slide.
Yeah, we had we had that Matrix, it's got a really great tool for this, actually.
90%, that will leave 1.8 million in stranded assets in 2 years from now. So much lower number. And I do want to point out our pension trust.
But Joe, that expires in 2024, right? We began accruing new UAL in 2024 at 90% issuance. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's assuming the discount rate is lowered to 6.5%. Yeah.
We can assume this would be.
How do we start accruing new UAL if it's fully paid?
That's at 90% of issuance.
But at 90% of issuance today with a 15% gain, he's saying that we will have
with a 0.5% chop
1.2.
on the discount rate.
Yeah, we'll have 1.2 of stranded assets. But then, so how are we accruing new UAL as of 2024?
Joe, I defer to the tool.
So the lowering of the discount rate, they spread that out. The way CalPERS will do that is if they lower the discount rate, the board decides to do that. They vote on that in October this year. That will not be implemented until July 1st, 2022. And then they spread that impact out over X amount of years. So that's amortized over a certain amount of years. So that new UAL is amortized over I believe it's a 20-year period. And so that's where the new UAL comes from.
And that UAL, when it starts, the new UAL, at what percentage are we paying on that?
So
7%, right?
At 90%, we would have 1.8 million with stranded assets, but 95% with that 6.5% discount rate, that will last through 2034, and then it's very minimal each year thereafter. The impact we'll be able to address that through our pension trust, which our pension trust, the mayor mentioned the flexibility there. As of March 31st, 2021, our annual return was 27.4%. That far exceeds the performance of CalPERS. And it's been very, very strong since we've opened up that trust.
That's got to be an anomaly or an outlier year. I mean, we can't expect that going forward.
No,
Okay.
but the point was that we are outperforming, and we have been. This pension trust has outperformed CalPERS since we opened it up and funded it, and initially funded it in April 2018.
So even at the 95% issuance in 2034, right? What is that, 13 years from now?
Yeah.
13 years from now, there will be a new unfunded piece. So then we have 13 years to continue to build the trust fund before that council is going to have to dip into it to cover UAL. At 90, we have 2 years until we have to start dipping into that. So I would rather borrow at under 3% and know at least that, hey, I don't have to worry about that payment changing at all, and I don't have to worry about new UAL until 2034. I mean, but you're saying at 100%, we could like potentially have no new UAL all the way out, right? Is that what you're saying, Joe? 2038. So one can make the same argument. We're borrowing the money at under 3%. So yes, the annual payment goes up, but it's set, it's done, it's zeroed out.
Sounds like you're coming around to the 95% notion.
No, I came here tonight knowing that I would sleep quite well tonight at 95 or 100, but I was going to push you for 100. And at the end of the day, like I said, Matt Robinson is the smartest math person I know, and he just starts talking about this stuff, and my eyes kind of roll in the back of my head. And if he is this convinced that he's going to take time out of his day to call me today, say, I want to send an email. I shouldn't send an email. I'm going to send an email. Like, if he cares that much about it, I mean, he's an elected official, but he's a resident, and I trust his opinion. And so, if we go the route of 95, Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I cannot go 90. I won't go 90. I'll fight you on 90. No arm wrestling, but I'll definitely fight you with words up here. If we go 95, I just ask that this council, we bring an item back and we set aside that $512,000 annually to see if it outperforms for at least a decade.
Mayor Pro Tem, looks like you want to say something.
No, I was just trying to catch up on the math. That's all.
Okay. All right, does someone like to make a would someone like to make a motion?
So I'd like to make the motion to move forward at 95% and also institute a policy to put $510,000 into the, pardon? 512 into the trust fund.
Hold on, before we get a second, Mr. Mitnick?
How about if we say the delta, so the actual number?
Oh, the
The difference
$512,
between the
yeah.
debt obligation existing and future, more
Yeah,
or less?
yeah.
Okay,
So we'll give you it'll be 512, we'll get you the exact number.
okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, Matt? Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I don't think,
We can do it together.
Councilmember Pimentel was clear, or sorry, Councilmember Perstick was clear in regards to how long we would be committing that delta to the trust.
Okay, Mr. Mitnick has an idea.
We could, we understand the intent, and when we do our budget, we can bring that back for you to vote on. That, you give us direction to do that, and then we'll have the language for the timeframe and all that.
Okay.
And it's really a policy that could be undone by future councils anyway, correct?
Similar to the Topgolf
Okay.
revenue
Yeah.
allocation policy, but,
Okay.
this is a win-win idea.
Okay, so we have a motion. Everyone's
Who
clear
was
on the
the
motion?
second? I didn't get it.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel is the second. I think we're ready. Any further discussion? I don't think so. I think we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Yes.
Councilmember Perstech,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Aye.
and Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
You passed by vote, 95% with the
There's-
policy.
All right, good discussion, and man, major project or progress, 17.1 million saved on pensions just in the last four years, and then what did we add to that today? What's the math on that, Mr. Lilio? Potential savings?
$82 million.
Not
in
shabby.
budgetary savings, so
So
that puts us at 99.
Round up to 100.
Yeah.
We're in great shape.
Mayor,
And I believe
Mayor and
there's a
council, there's also a resolution that needs to be adopted.
And thank you, Joe, for all your work on this. And Scott.
for your support, appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hensley. So we already approved the item 2, which is the pension obligation bond issue size. Now, we need the resolution, so Mr. Hensley will read it by title only.
Yes, Mayor and Council, a resolution of the City Council of the City of El Segundo authorizing the sale of taxable pension obligation bonds to refund a portion of the city's obligation to the California Public Employees Retirement System and authorizing the execution and delivery of a bond purchase contract and a continuing disclosure certificate and the preparation of an official statement and other matters related thereto is ready for adoption.
Who would like to make a motion?
I will.
Okay, so moved. Thank you. Councilmember Giroux, do we have a second?
Nichols, second.
All right, Madam Clerk, voice vote, please.
Yes. Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
Councilmember Perstech,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel,
Aye.
and Mayor Boyle.
Yes.
Okay, Rezo passes by vote.
All right, well done, Team El Segundo. All right, item 10, ordinance amending the municipal code to address the accumulation of abandoned items in parkways and prohibit the placement of garbage cans in front of neighboring properties. And we're gonna have a recommendation to waive the first reading and introduce ordinance amending chapter 7-1 of the El Segundo Municipal Code to prohibit abandoned items and junk in parkways and to prohibit the placement of garbage cans in front of neighboring properties, and 2, to schedule the second reading of the ordinance for the June 1st, 2021 City Council meeting. Mr. Mitnick, who will present on this?
Mr. Mayor, can we take a little 5-minute-er?
Yeah, absolutely.
Quick 5-minute break?
Yeah, we'll come back at 8, let's just say 8:55. How's that? 10 minutes? Okay. to start. It's 8:04. We're going to reconvene. Item 10, we've already read that. Oh, sorry.
Are we on?
Okay, cool. We're back on item 10. We've already read the item. This is related to placement of garbage cans and junk. Mr. Mitnick, who will report on this item?
Elias Sassoon, Public Works Director, will give you a very brief report.
Indeed. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. This is basically a house cleaning item, and the property owners, as you know, they are required to keep the parkway clean of junk and abandoned material. Also, we have had a case where one resident called us and indicated to us that his next door neighbor is putting the garbage can in front of his property. So what this ordinance does is it allows us, this is a house cleaning item, it would allow us to enforce the code. So people who are not keeping their parkways clean, we can talk to them, and we can also deal with property owners who put their trash cans in front of the neighbors as opposed to their own frontage. And I'll be more than happy to answer any question that you may have.
I just have a question. So does this also include alleyways, or is it just the parkland?
Just the parkways.
So, but if there was a park, like Library Park, and someone puts some junk there or leaves, abandons junk there, we can move that?
Yes, most definitely.
So even like on the sidewalk?
Yes, on the sidewalk, if we cannot prove the junk belongs to the property owner, then we'll take care of that. Oftentimes, it's really difficult to prove who left the junk there. But if we, and I personally did that one time, I went there and I noticed, I read over the boxes and the address, they had left it there. So I got back with them and they took care of it.
Mr. Sassoon, I know that we all get emails from Mr. Siegel on the 1000 block of East Acacia, and he's pretty diligent about trying to let us know when items are abandoned in the alleyway. His property shares an alley with apartments that are along East Imperial Avenue there. When it comes to an apartment building property owner, it's the end of the month, the tenant moves out, there's an abandoned mattress, couch in the alley or out on the parkway. How do we plan on handling that, and how quickly can we get that item removed? Before you answer that question, reason I ask this question is because I truly think it sends the wrong message to the world when we have abandoned furniture or mattresses in alleys or parkways that it's okay, and that's the type of city this is. And you know, I just hope that we have some sort of function in place where even like the report it tool here, it's been reported, and instead of, hey, let's figure out who left it there and get them to move it, can we have it removed promptly and then go try to solve the mystery?
Yes, of course. So when we receive those phone calls, I personally put these emails on a very high priority, and we try to get the trash out as soon as we can. A lot of times we won't know who dropped the trash on alleys. People are smart enough to not leave any evidence behind. So we take care of that right away. If the junk is left on private property, we contact the manager of the apartment complexes and we try to fix that. There was a case where the trash was put on private property between two different complex apartments. And I got involved and I talked to both of them and I had them to work it out, and they finally did and took care of it. If it is on private property, we normally do not get on private property to remove the trash, but we get engaged very quickly with the property owner or the manager to get them out of there, to get the trash out of there. But if it is on public right of way or alley, we take action immediately. A lot of times we just go there and take the trash out.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I don't want to make this excruciating. I don't. But if someone has an old table and they put it on their curb in the R1 zone with a sign that says free on it, can they be penalized civilly because of this?
I would say I would say yes, because we really don't want that to be put on public right of way, because we consider that a nuisance. What they could contact is they could contact their haulers and have them picked up or donated to a right place and take that stuff there themselves. What we don't want is, we really don't want that to be on public right of way with a sign. I consider that a nuisance myself.
People do that all the time, and it's a great way to get children's stuff. If you have two neighbors who don't get along, and one of them continually calls the city about trash cans are near my driveway, and some of our more densely populated portions of the city, that's a real and inadvertent act. Does this put us at risk of getting the city dealing with neighbor disputes?
This ordinance was meant exactly to resolve that situation. Oftentimes, the neighbors get along. If one does not have enough frontage or for whatever reason, they can work it out. But if push comes to shove and we get involved, we intend to enforce this ordinance, which says basically your trash can needs to be in front of your frontage. Now, if they have an agreement with their next door neighbor, then obviously that's one thing they could do.
Or there's specific, and I guess what I'm driving at is, I would presume that there is a flurry of complaints that probably come in from a certain densely populated parts of town where there's more of an issue. And I just wonder, and again, I promise not to make this excruciating, I just wonder if this might be better suited as a zone-specific ordinance, that in multifamily, denser places, if that's where these arrive, if it is an R3 issue, or something. That's just a concern I may have. That's all.
Mayor Pro Tem, I can weigh in on that anecdotally. I'm in an R2 zone on Whiting Street, and they're mostly single-family homes with units in the back, and it's fairly prolific. We have R3 on the other end of us, but it's the same alley, and so I think one of the observations I've had living here 26 years now is I think our old hauler Republic, because they were manual, there was this understanding that if you put something on the curb, they're gonna pick it up, period. And when we went to automated, people were still used to that, and that isn't necessarily the case. They don't have the means necessarily. It's one guy in an automated truck. And I think that, I know Mr. Mitnick, you've been talking to EDCO about, they've got a separate truck that they can bring out to do that. I don't know how, if that's part of the contract or what, I can't recall, but it seems to me that it's just a holdover from an existing vendor and behavior that's gonna be slow to fix. But I'm seeing it in single-family homes as well.
Very well. You know, I have a dream of this of our robust future code enforcement arm inadvertently being weaponized against me for putting my free stuff out. That's all.
Is there an opportunity for us to put a place at the yard for people to drop off bulky items that it can be picked up weekly? So that we could, so if you have a mattress or a couch and you didn't, you don't want to, need to get rid of it today and your trash pickup isn't till the following week, is there a place at the yard where we could, and then people could use that as a place to pick up things if they want to,
I think that makes us in a de facto yard sale all the time. I think that's a danger. I think that'd be a tough thing to do. We don't want to make the city yard into a garbage dump for what we don't need. I get what you're saying, but I just think that's a tough one right there. I mean, I understand what the ordinance is about. I think it's, if you look at the future of the city, it's what's needed. I'm in favor. I don't, I get it. You want to put out some stuff for the kids, but that's what Mom Swap and El Segundo Parents Network and Community Network, and there's even a Dad Swap now, I think, too. So I think that's pretty well covered as far as people wanting to get rid of things.
There's that buy nothing.
I will say this, though. So our EDCO contract allows us 3 bulky item pickups annually. My wife, Kimberly, called for bulky items last week. The day, our trash day is Wednesday morning. So she called on Tuesday and they said, yeah, put it out on Wednesday and we'll get it. Now, I don't know if that's the norm. I think maybe we got lucky, But I guess to Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel's point, there have been times where, you know, I got a new patio table. That's a really big box. And I'm going to put that box out front on, you know, I took it out of the box on Monday. My trash day is not till Wednesday. You know, could I inadvertently be getting fined because I took my trash out a little early?
You could break out an X-Acto knife and break it down and put it in the.
That was
I'm kidding.
it was not getting broken down. That thing was enormous. But I see his point, you know, and the other side of it too is, you know, I'm getting rid of a bunch of stuff. I call for bulky item pickup and my trash day is Wednesday, but I have help on Sunday. And so I'm going to get all that stuff moved out there on Sunday for bulky item pickup. And then here comes the city knocking on my door saying, here's your citation. You got to get rid of this stuff. It's like, whoa, I got bulky item pickup coming Wednesday.
The code enforcement normally does not get involved in trash in public right away. It comes to Public Works, and we are very cognizant of that. And we do not issue citation. We work very diligently with property owner and EDCO, and I can rest assure you that no citation would be issued in those circumstances. We'll work with EDCO and the property owner to get the trash taken out.
And then the other thing is, we have the 2 times a year where it's the trash pickup week.
Yes.
Historically, it was very well advertised. We used to put a banner across Main Street. We'd put it in the paper. The last 2 times have been, someone happens to see it and post it on social media. We don't do I feel like we as a city don't do a great job of communicating to people that it's coming. And I think if we would do a better job of communicating that, we could get rid of the trash on a more annually basis.
I'd be glad to, be more than happy to do that.
Are we done on this one?
Yeah, so I'd like to
Okay,
move,
good.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, we just
Or-
need the ordinance to be read and, Mr. Men.
The discussion was important. You know, I hear Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel's point that, you know, many times we try to set policy for things that we may not need to set policy for, and there's entirely too much gray area. And so having this discussion and letting the public hear from our director how it will be handled, I think is really important because it also keeps us out of the neighbor calling on the neighbor, you know, business, because we do not want to be in neighbor dispute business.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hensley, would you please read the ordinance by title only?
Mayor and Council, an ordinance amending El Segundo Municipal Code, Chapter 7-1 to address the accumulation of abandoned items and junk in parkways and the storing of trash carts is ready for introduction.
Who would like to introduce?
I will introduce it. Perstuck.
Thank you, Councilmember Perstuck.
This will be brought back at the next regular council meeting on June 1st for potential adoption.
Excellent. Okay, the next item, item 11. Thank you, Mr. Sessian, appreciate it. Myself, actually, Chris and I are both out on this one. So, Councilmember Perstuck?
And just for the record, that's due to the mayor's business address and with regard to Councilmember Pimentel. He's doing this out of some caution because we haven't actually analyzed all the details yet, but there's a potential conflict based upon his business location also.
Okay, item number 11, El Segundo Boulevard Parallel Parking Pilot Project Update. Recommendation, authorize staff to move pylons and parallel parking stalls along El Segundo Boulevard from Main Street to Sheldon Street. Number 2, restore El Segundo Boulevard to its original condition. And 3, develop an alternative pilot parking project, including the conversion of some Smoky Hollow 2-way streets to 1-way streets and the use of angle parking, and report back to the City Council with an implementation and recommendation by October 5th, 2021. Mr. Mitnick, who will report on this item?
Public Works Director Elias Sassoon will provide a brief report.
Good evening again. So I have a PowerPoint presentation regarding this item. Basically, if you would allow me, I'd like to go over some definitions. So when I go through this PowerPoint presentation, it would make sense. So when you got a car that drives to the intersection, they ought to be able to see the oncoming vehicular traffic from either direction before they could make their maneuver safely, whether they want to make a left turn or a right turn or go through. So normally, typically, these are the rules. The eye of a driver typically is set about 10 feet behind the stop bar. The stop bar, which is right there, is stationary. The eye of a driver is set 10 feet behind that, and from that point, they ought to be able to see this visibility distance. In the case of El Segundo, the 85th percentile speed of vehicular traffic is 42 miles per hour. The posted speed limit is 35 miles an hour, but on average, people are driving faster. So the faster the vehicular traffic is, that distance is going to be more. And that's logical because you need more distance if people are traveling at a higher speed. So based on the 42 miles per hour, or we round it off to 40 miles an hour, that distance ought to be 300 feet in order to be able to see the vehicular traffic that are traveling, and this site of line should not be obstructed by any vehicular traffic which is parked like this one, or anything that would obstruct the vision of the driver. So that's really what this concept of side visibility is. So what are the issues? When this pilot project was done, as I indicated, rather than using the 85th percentile speed on El Segundo Boulevard, which is 42 miles per hour, which yields a stopping sight distance of 300 feet, they used the posted speed limit of 35 miles an hour. And what it did is it lowered the sight distance from 300 to 250. So that's one issue. They also assume that the eye of a driver, rather than being 10 feet behind the stop bar, they assume the eye of a driver is going to be 7 feet behind the front bumper of the vehicle. Now, the front bumper of the vehicle is a moving target. It's not stationary. It doesn't make sense because it moves with the car. The eye of a driver should have been put 10 feet behind the stop bar because the stop bar is the stationary. So that's the second issue. And the last one is they assume that those vehicles that are going to be parked on the parallel parking, they are only six foot wide. And standard vehicle, it needs 9 feet to park. So these issues combined together, it really makes it difficult for a vehicle to make this turn safely. And what they do is nowadays, we call it vehicle creep. That means slowly, gradually, they come before they could see and feel comfortable before they make the turn. And sometimes you have to get, and I've driven at all of these intersections personally, you may end up having to go to this moving lane before you could see what's going on. And that's not quite safe. And also what it does, it also, you have a conflict with pedestrians that want to cross that intersection. So all of those combined, the recommendation from staff is to authorize us to remove these pylons and parallel parking stalls along El Segundo, and there are 12 of them from Main to Sheldon Street, and allow us to go back and restripe the roadway to its original condition and come back to the City Council in early October with an alternate pilot parking project that would allow us to pick a couple of those streets and make them one way and create angle parking along those roadways. And I believe that's a lot safer, and it looks better, it's cheaper, and it's more aesthetically more pleasing. So that's what our recommendation is, and I'll be more than happy to answer any question anyone may have.
Any questions? No?
I think the only question I have is the repaving of El Segundo Boulevard and is that scheduled currently? Because what I do not want to do is I do not want to have your staff go out or hire someone to do this, pull all those temporary bollards, and then have, I want to say last time it was the tennis court painting company that restriped it, and then the black paint wore off, and then our staff had to restripe it. But what I don't want to do is have your staff or someone else, some company come in and restripe El Segundo Boulevard just to have it repaved, because if you've driven down it recently, like you say you have, it's not in very good shape.
Correct.
Right.
And so again, even those streets in Smoky Hollow, I'm not a big fan of the city putting money on top of money. So I am happy to go one way and restripe those streets and do the angled parking when the repaving happens, so it can happen simultaneously.
Right. Well, if we remove the pylons, which is my recommendation, to remove the pylons right away, we have no choice to restripe, because right now you have a stripe that is right around pylons. We have to take that out. We do whatever we need to. We are not going to go above and beyond. We do what this restriping would require us to do when we remove the pylons, but I agree with you. We're not going to do...
When is the repaving scheduled?
The El Segundo Boulevard is under design. We are working with Metro. It's 90% design is complete. So by the time we get the construction going, it'll be a little way down the road.
Little way 6 months, little way 1
I would
year.
say about a year or so.
Because it's on a regular schedule, just like the rest of town, correct?
Yeah. But the restriping itself, if that's what you're referring to, we can hold on to that and not do that till the improvements on El Segundo, which is under design, and we are getting Metro money to do that. The money kicks in, and we can do that when we make the improvements to El Segundo Boulevard. So I know exactly what you're talking about. We're not going to spend any more money than we have to. But if we remove those pylons, we have no choice but to restripe what was done as part of this pilot project. We need to undo what we did.
So instead of restriping though, couldn't we just put like lines, like in the parking spaces?
No, we could, but much cleaner way of doing that. And I've talked to staff that they do this kind of work. It's not going to be very much time consuming, nor it's going to be that expensive. My recommendation is just to remove the striping and redo it. It's not going to take very long. That's a clean way of doing it.
And then are we also going to tag that with some type of outreach communication to the businesses around there?
That's what the intentions are, and I assure you they'll be more than happy to hear that from us, because as many people as I've spoken with, none of them is in favor of those pylons. Okay. And we're going to make our police
but
and fire
people do
person...
park there, so because when you go down El Segundo Boulevard, a lot of the spaces are full.
Yes, they do, but frankly, the concerns that they have and the concerns we have, it's really outdo the benefit that we're getting, and I believe it'll be a right decision to remove those pylons and restripe the roadway.
And what's the approximate cost of that, to do this?
Probably gonna be, if we do it ourselves, it's gonna take a crew of maybe 2 or 3 people, and we can do that maybe on a couple of days. So I'm guessing it'll be about $1,000, not more than that. It's not gonna really be that expensive to do that.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Mitnick?
Members of the council, we will make sure to put information on the city's website and social media outlets to clarify the schedule and provide phone numbers and all of that Okay, so we'll make it abundantly clear to the community.
Right.
When you remove the pylons and you start painting over the white squiggly lines, can we start on the western end? So start at Main Street and work east?
I'd be more than happy to.
Thank you.
Be more than happy to.
Okay, so any other questions? No? Okay.
Do you need a motion?
Yeah.
I
Okay.
move to approve.
Yeah.
Drew, second.
That was Nickel with the motion.
All those, Madam Clerk will take a voice vote.
Councilmember Drew,
Yes.
Councilmember Nichol,
Aye.
and Councilmember Persa.
Yes.
All right, 3-0.
Drew and Chris are invited back. If they're still in the building.
And Chad, you're finally up.
Mr. Mitnick, while we're waiting for them, I believe we had talked a few meetings ago in regards to moving items having to do with committee, commission, and board presentations up on the agenda, seeing as it's 9:21 and the committee members have been waiting 3 hours and 21 minutes. I would just ask that this is the last time that committees, commission, and boards presentations are under item E. If we could get them moved,
Right after early presentation.
I would say I would love them before the consent calendar.
Yeah.
Move them
'cause
to
we had
item
this
A and have procedural motions be item B.
We had the
Understood.
same issue with the arts and culture. And remember, they had to leave, and so it's because the whole group had come to support them, and it was hard, so they ended up all leaving, and we just had one person here, so I think it would be good.
Understood. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, with that being said, with our new agenda management, that may not happen in the next couple of meetings, but what we can do is do it manually, and then once it's switched, then it'll be fine.
And we can always do that once a meeting begins, right? We can
Correct.
You can
ask
change
the
order.
mayor to move an item forward.
Absolutely, but it's a hard, that doesn't mean anything to you, but it's a hard, what do I call it? Hard coding, so, on our software, so I'll just have to have it changed, but it's always going forward.
Can you do me a favor and add it to the mayor's script, a little reminder?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll follow up and report back. Okay.
Hey, to that end, Mrs. Voss, thank you, and thank you, Mr. McFadden, for being here so late in the evening. Our apologies, went a little bit longer than we expected. We're on item number 12, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee Update and Recommendations. Ms. Voss.
Good evening, Mayor Boyles, members of council. I'm here tonight to introduce the chair of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, Shad McFadden. And also joining us via Zoom, we have Christabel Vienna, Christina Fajardo, and Avery Smith. And they're here for, the Zoom attendees are here for questions. They represent each of the 4 subcommittees. As you recall, DEI was formed as a direction of council back in July. They had their first meeting in October. The direction from council was that they would study 4 specific areas: public safety, the citywide organization, the community at large, and I'm blinking.
So the 4 of them?
Oh, I'm sorry, citywide organization, public safety, community at large.
And the private sector.
I'm sorry, the local economy. Here I am, the economic development person. Okay, sorry, it's late. The local economy. They've met probably 6-7 times over the last, from October to present. And this evening, we're asking City Council to receive and file the reports of the subcommittee and also to approve or authorize the recommended actions that are included in the staff report. There's 8 recommendations. So with that, I'd like to introduce Shad McFadden.
All right. Thank you, Barbara. Whoops. Thank you, City Council.
Yeah, you guys aren't playing with this. This is 9 o'clock. I was like, I don't think I've talked this much after 8 in about 7 years. So first of all, thank you for having us. This is, as Barbara said, our first time in front of council since we've been formed. Really excited to be here. Just want to get out a couple of things, tell you guys a little bit how it's going. I know brevity is key, but tell you a little bit how it's going. We're going to talk about where we'd like to go with the council. And I want to start off with just a couple of thank yous. As Barbara said, we've been together since October. A couple thank yous to Scott and Barbara, David King, and Jimmy, and additional staff from the city. They've really helped us get up to speed. There's a lot to learn about working within the city, some of the rules, some of the constraints. So it's been really, really helpful to have them available both at the meetings and outside for support when we have questions. Also, Chief Whalen from the ESPD and Sergeant Atkinson. Chief Whalen has been very available to us, and Sergeant Atkinson is sort of running the Community Police Academy, which has been really great, learning a ton about how they do what they do, getting to know some of the guys as well. And to you guys in the council for setting this up, I think one of the things that we learned is, the people that you picked in your divine wisdom, I think we've been able to come up to speed really quickly, and one of the things I always think about when it comes to a team, we're able to openly and honestly disagree. And I think for having people on camera and recording the Zooms and the YouTubes, it's a little bit tricky, and with all the new rules of what you can and can't do, and you can't just say 5 of us are going to meet. So I think we moved pretty quickly, so we're getting a lot of really good, honest feedback. And so I can tell you that standing in front of you, what we're presenting tonight is a unified presentation of how we feel as a group. Obviously, sometimes with a large group, the votes determine the final decision, but I think that's the way it's supposed to work. So with that, I think we can jump in. And please interrupt me at any time for more information. This was the slide I was going to say when I did all that big spiel. So things we're going to talk about tonight, our purpose and our progress, also the approach that we're taking and the focus areas within that approach. We have 3 phases. Phase 1, the landscape, is going to be the focus of tonight. Down the road, we're going to give a high-level overview of Phase 2 and 3. And then, as Barbara said, Phase 1, the recommendations. Our purpose, the DEI Committee aims to inspire and activate efforts to integrate diversity, equity, and inclusion in the City of El Segundo decisions, service delivery, and policies to improve the well-being of all of our communities. So just a couple things I'll paraphrase that we commit to. Listening and advising to help foster a healthy and inclusive El Segundo for all, live, work, and play. Engaging the community and holding ourselves accountable to acknowledge historical inequities and current disparities. And moving forward, support transparent and actionable solutions. So this sort of list of things we're committing to sort of goes along with a theme. We've talked before about how we need to gather the data and the original landscape, understand where we are as El Segundo. There's a lot of actual analysis that needs to happen with that. What does that mean? And then the actionable solutions is pretty much third, and this is in a lot of the things we're going to show tonight, this sort of pattern. Progress to date, so from October, we selected chair and vice chair. I believe you guys just approved our bylaws, formed the committees that Barbara mentioned. We've been actively for, I think, 5 weeks now with the Community Police Academy, 4 to go, and approved our first panel discussion with Aerospace Corporation and Air Force, and also partnered with the city's Arts and Culture Committee. All right. Just real quick. Phase 1, the landscape. So we're going to get into some detail around Phase 1, as that's really the focus. It's really about gathering all of the information that we're going to use to then move on to Phase 2 and 3. Phase 2 is largely about acknowledging what we found. I believe that as we start to look into the various ways that we're going to gather data about El Segundo, that conversation, I don't expect, DEI is work that is not always the easiest conversations. There's a lot of difficult conversations in this space. And so I believe that Phase 2, there will be more discovery as we start to bring forward what we're finding in El Segundo during that phase. And Phase 3, again, DEI in action, talking about getting to the actionable solutions. Focus areas, data first and foremost. The data to identify the trends, find any disparities, And again, data was what we're planning to use to inform and prioritize the efforts. We're going to get into how we're planning to gather that data in another slide. So I'll move on from there. Community, keeping community at the center of it all. Two things about this. The first, we know that DEI has a very large stage in the last couple of years, and we want to keep it focused on El Segundo specifically. But having said that, also focus on various diverse communities. You know, it's one of the things is that there are a lot of different communities inside of our greater community. And this is one of the things that DEI work often, you know, investigates. Are there voices that we're not hearing? If so, what are they? And what would they like to say? And then policy, again, as we start moving into actions, a lot of this will be us looking at policies, you know, something that in the DEI space, we know that there have been historically policies that would make it, inequity was from who can rent and who can own homes and, you know, who gets hired for certain jobs. So that is something that we also will be investigating as we look into our focus of all the different phases. The landscape. So what we were thinking here, again, the goal here is to get the voice of the community. I don't think this is going to be super, super easy, but I do think we have a lot of people who have come forward to say, who do we talk to? Who do we tell our story to? How do we get the information to you guys? So one of the things that we're looking at is surveys, not just the community, but also out to the local businesses, also the city employees and the ESPD. Story collection, the thoughts we have are around an online form, possibly with the tagline, let us know. And also research and gather historical data and information. And then the analysis. And this is a really big part here. Synthesizing all of this information will take some time, but more importantly, we just have to make sure that, you know, you can gather data and not really make the right assessment of it. So this is something that we want to continue to work through when we have all this data gathered and present it along the way as well. The goal there being that we can sort of present our findings in a way that's easy to understand without 4-hour sessions on what we found. Policy review. So one of the things we're investigating is a membership to GARE, the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. So this is something that is a resource that is used in, I believe, 80 different jurisdictions currently. Locally, members of GARE include Culver City, Los Angeles, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and Long Beach. And what this really is it offers up best practices, connections to other experts and people who are doing this. And basically, you know, we know from having conversations with some of the local cities that we don't want to reinvent the wheel. There are people who are doing this at the city level to look at their communities and figure out what is it that we need to do or what is the right thing to do. So this is one of the things we're looking at. For a city our size, there would be a fee of $1,000 for a 1-year membership. Reviewing the city, the police, and local business policies that could include hiring, retention, training, you know, basically taking a look at how we're doing in these various areas related to DEI, and also reviewing the Reimagined Policing Pledge, and working with the ESPD on that one. You know, I know it deals with use of force and other things. So these are some of the policies that we're looking to look at. So here we get to the community piece. Again, the dialogue being, you know, so important to what we're trying to do. Excuse me. Looking at focus groups, panel discussions, some Q&A sessions, potentially teach-ins and trainings, communications. The other thing we're thinking besides the form, was it let us know, was potentially an email such as dei@elsegundo.org, et cetera. So really trying to find another way that we can get the voice of the community. You know, we think that's a really, really important part of how do we actually exchange information. You know, first and foremost, understand where the community's at, and secondly, if there are things that we are, things that we are developing and putting together, how do we get this information back to the community so the dialogue can continue? So we're also thinking of a community newsletter, partnerships, proclamations, and other community relations activities, and then an online hub. So this is a site potentially on one of the El Segundo pages with a diversity calendar, potentially a minority-owned business directory, reports, tools, and other educational and supportive resources. So again, these are all ideas that we're putting together that we think would help us to have that dialogue ongoing with the community. We want to make sure we get the voices heard that would like to speak. So these are all things that we're considering. The next two phases, 2 and 3, at a high level, phase 2, a lot of it is about sharing the information that we're gathering. Part of that will be additional analysis as we're collating all the information and looking at it a couple different ways to make sure we're getting it right. And then that analysis is also going to bleed into how do we get this to an actionable, solution. So that's sort of down the road. And actually, I missed the dates on that first one. Let me just pop back real quick. So from June to September, we consider that the landscape or the data collection. From September to January, the acknowledgement, starting to address and the analysis, et cetera. And then from February ongoing, starting to come forward with the actionable solutions. All right, so here are the grade 8. These are the recommendations that we'd like to put forward for phase 1. Surveys, including the community, ESPD, city, and businesses for data analysis. DEI email address and a let us know contact form. From the policy perspective, we'd like to review the police policies, the City of El Segundo policies, and research and secure a GARE membership. And from the community, an online hub that we discussed earlier, regular communications with the community, including a newsletter, and dialogue opportunities with the city, police, potentially schools, businesses, and others, focus groups. Basically set up an ongoing set of panel discussions and have opportunities to sort of bring different groups and the community together. I did have an opportunity to talk with Chief Whalen at one point about how can we get 5 community members, 5 police officers, or whatever makes sense, and have a conversation. And so there's things like that we think would be really beneficial. It's just a matter of putting it together and, making it happen. So that is my presentation. Are there questions?
Colleagues, Councilman Nichol?
You guys gonna let me go first? You may
You
never get
look
the
like
mic. You won't get the mic back. Shad, great presentation. Thank you so much. As of late, we've had plenty of people stand where you are at that mic or on Zoom calls and tell us that we're hiding behind DEI and, we're sitting on our hands and we're not doing anything. And I just hope all those people are watching this. And I hope all those people see that there was some foresight here. We're not as dumb as we look. And putting that group together, if you guys could have sat in this room when we deliberated over the votes and who to put on there, it was important that we put conflicting personalities on there.
Yeah.
Because we knew that, 1, it was going to be a difficult conversation, and 2, we wanted all sides spoken for so that ultimately the outcome and the recommendations that come to us, we can proudly stand behind and support. And so maybe I'm a little more excited than I should be about this, but I'm utterly pleased. I think, you guys are doing great work, and we're really excited. I can't speak for them, but I personally am really excited to see what continues to come from your group. And I'm glad that all of you are learning how slow the cog of government truly is.
True. Great, thank you very
much. No
much.
questions. I just think what you're doing is great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Nichol.
Hey, Shad, that was, again, really, really good presentation. Actually, I like the way you put it together. It was easy way to flow it. A couple things. Number one, it's an aggressive set of goals. That's a huge work plan, and it's a big undertaking. But I know you have a lot of people dedicated there. So I do got a couple things I want to ask about. There, some terminology, because as we all know, that can go sideways depending on who reads it, right?
Yep.
So one of the things that you mentioned was acknowledging historical inequities, and what I want to know is from your perspective, what does that mean to you?
Yep. So I think that one of the things that we find in the DEI space, and this is not specific to El Segundo, this is the DEI space. Most of us, regardless of where we're from or how we were brought up, most of the things we learn growing up are how the world works. And now that can be influenced by where you grow up, who your parents are, what you're exposed to, etc. And so what I think is important to remember here is historical inequities. Well, let me jump ahead a little bit. Conversations around racism, and for people of color, this is not new. In some of the other marginalized communities, this is not new. But there are people who are definitely full-face saying there is no more racism. That has been abolished. Shad, you have a good job. You live in El Segundo. There's no racism. We, on the DEI committee, feel like that's not true. And, there's a lot of work that goes into helping people understand how these things work. So I think that as part of the historical inequities is that there are things that we know have existed in the past, but it was normalized because that's just how it was. You know what I mean? So there were fully racist policies about restaurants and, water fountains and who could vote. These are things that we all agree were there. And I think that one of the things that gets lost in the conversation about nothing is remaining is that there are things that were, the groundwork that was laid there moves forward. And there are still things that you can call it unconscious bias or just the way we think about some of these things, but people are still normalized to certain things. You know what I mean? There's certain places where they don't see people of color, or they don't see people, from the LGBT community, you know what I mean? Or they don't see someone who might be disabled. There's still this thing where they're like, oh, that's strange. Haven't seen that here before. So I think there's some of this is making sure that we have a complete picture, and not necessarily I don't want to say this informs directly the plan of action, but I think there's some of this acknowledgement phase of what is and how race relations in America has come about. I don't think this is a shared understanding. I don't think that everybody I know of my age necessarily all agree on the state of discrimination, again, for all of these communities, you know what I mean? But we talked earlier about the Asian Pacific Islander, you know what I mean? Like, some of that is brand new to people. Like, who actually has an axe to grind against people who happen to be Asian? But we're seeing that, you know what I mean? And some of my Asian friends are like, oh, that's been there. There's just places that's there, and there's places that it's not. So I think that some of this is for us to actually, what we have a lot of is personal experience and things that we could bring to a table, and we could talk for hours about what I feel happens and what you feel happens. And I think some of the things that are important to help people understand what we're actually looking at is there are laws that are on the books and historical realities of how race relations, women versus men, there are things that have existed. And I think it's something that we want to be aware of. And again, as we say, specific to El Segundo, that is sort of another side of looking at this, is that, we're not necessarily going to say, we're not going to take on how is America for the last 400 years. But there is a thought, we do think that is something that we should be aware of. Just because, this town has a lot of culture and a lot of history. And I've met people here who have been here for generations. And like a lot of us who have moved around to different parts of the country, like there's not a lot of places like that, So it's another thing where as we have these hard conversations, I know for a fact, and it's probably not a secret, there are people, it doesn't feel good sometimes, especially if you're saying, like, you could say my grandfather was racist, and he was, and that's just the fact. That's just that's just who he was. But also as you start to have these hard discussions about what was, sometimes it becomes very personal, and it becomes, and there's a concept that I think we see a lot in this work, which is like, I didn't do it, and that's factual. But also, it's like, well, we don't need to talk about what's in the past. The past is the past. However, to see how we got here and to see what might still be here and how we want to discuss it, we think it is still important to understand. Because, I don't know if we can I don't know how many of us could sit down and watch an extremely, like a KKK, lynching, burning, like all the things that we know happened. It's tough to watch for most of us, you know what I mean? So we don't really get into those conversations. And I'm not saying that everybody has to, but for the hard conversations about this subject, I think it is important to understand that we came here. I'm not saying these people are all bad people, you know what I mean? My grandpa was a very stout Christian who did everything the right way, and he always did everything the way he was taught. But he was also brought up in a time when racism was part of that's just where he was in Pennsylvania. So again, it's something that bringing this forward, there's a lot of defensiveness that can come up if we say, this town or that town, or even just saying the American people are more racist than, say, Germany. Like there's statements I've heard that people have said, and then there's a lot of emotions that now we're not talking about, the facts, the data, and is there anything to improve, you know what I mean? So I think it's just, there's some conversations that are important for us to have.
Okay, I'm actually glad you said it that way, because I think in general, when, I think I said it once, it wasn't on the dais, it was on a Zoom, but that any city or cities with 100+ year history have these stories that you're talking about. So this is not necessarily El Segundo specific, it's
Right.
part of just what individuals' experiences have been throughout history, and that's kind of what you're pulling on to try to draw some perspective. Is that
Yeah.
accurate? Okay.
Yeah, this is
Cool.
America, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
slavery
absolutely.
built a lot of it. And that's just a fact, you know what I mean? And so I think that that's not El Segundo specific, but, you know, I think it is important for us to have an open view, you know what I mean? Because again, I don't want us to be so sensitive that we can't have these discussions because it does inform where we are today.
Agreed. So then the other one, and it gets into your phase two, okay? And the word atone.
Yes.
Okay, so I would just like to know from you and your group, what is your definition in this case of atone?
So, hot button word for sure. So this word is the single most discussed word at our meetings. And this is one of the topics. We don't all agree on what this is. But I can tell you that neither does the rest of the world. Atonement is not a single thing that everyone agrees on today. And I will tell you that in conversations I've had, and not just on this committee, but for years, conversations I've had about atonement, and you know, in the old days, all atonement meant was reparations. And you know, I think what we feel as a group is there is a wide range of what atonement is. You know, and one of the things, you know, there are things that, you know, this concept of repairing something that was broken. I think this is a key element of atonement. And one of the things that takes this to a very spicy place is if I say, Lance, we're going to talk about atonement, it instantly becomes, what are you saying I did? And what are you asking for me to make myself back in the clear? And that's triggering. Like, you could say that to anybody and it just doesn't feel that great. But I think, you know, the repairing concept of this, there are things that have happened, which, again, I believe the effects are still felt today. And so conversations we've had, if we put all the way on this side, this is reparations. This is something like, oh, that's exactly what you're saying. And all the way, you know, we had a conversation recently on this side. You know, if someone says, my father passed, you would say, I'm sorry to hear that. Now, you did not, you know, have anything to do with the father passing. You do not owe that person anything, but you are saying, I am sorry to hear that, because that is like, this is a person, I have a father, I know what I would feel if it's passed. I would like to extend to you, I acknowledge your pain, and I'm sorry that happened for you. So this is on the far end, on this way.
It's a broad definition.
Well, follow.
Because I would call that feeling sorry for someone or acknowledging something. I wouldn't call that, what you just gave as an example, atonement.
Fair, and that's what I'm saying. Like, so reparations over here, some people are like, that's where it ends. It's over here, that's where atonement is. But this is another way to think about it. So again, if you think repairing something that you had nothing to do with breaking, you know, what are you actually doing when you say, I'm sorry to hear that? You know what I mean? That is, you know, it's not your fault. But, you know, if we said that everybody, so back to what I consider to be resistance to this conversation, is that for someone to say, you know, I've heard many times, not even talking about atonement or reparations, talking about purely, there is a racist problem in fill in the blank, a school, a town, anything. There is instantly well, I'm going to kind of need you to talk me through what you're talking about because I don't see it. And for many people, they don't see it. They're not being racist or jerks. They really don't see it. But at that point, when the conversation starts, there is the ability to say, like, I am sorry that happened to you. That sounds like a tough go. And so that's a choice we can make or not make. And you can argue that's not atonement, but you can also argue that that is a different way of looking at the problem. You know what I mean? So we, in our conversations, and I'm telling you, we've covered this entire patch, and we don't all agree, but as a committee, we feel pretty strong that that is something that is, if you call it acknowledgement, you know, the acknowledgement of this, I think we're already going to take steps forward to acknowledge that some people have in the past and still today are getting a short straw. That acknowledgement is a big starting point and a big jumping off point. And again, I don't know if you've had, you know, these tough conversations with people who get very defensive about what are you saying about me? Are you calling me a bad person? But that's a far step away from, I understand that that's real. And I'm sorry that happened. So I think it's
You've heard me talk. I get that a lot. I enjoy the conversation. Don't get me wrong. This is. I'm not judging what you're putting on there. I'm asking because anybody who looks through that, right?
Yeah.
We know that's a trigger word, right? So they're immediately gonna sit there and say, okay, well, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
And I just don't want the work you're doing to get derailed
Sure, agreed.
because of a couple of words. That's all.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I brought it up. If in the end, your committee feels strongly enough to that's the terminology you want to use, but you're gonna have to continue to explain your terminology, and does that derail what you're trying to do? And that's for you to decide.
Yeah, and I think it's a great point. And I think one more thing I want to say about the derailing part, these are all hard conversations if you sit down long enough. And so just the conversation we just had, like how many people feel super comfortable hearing someone you've just met say, unfortunately, I'm getting a bad go at work. They don't like people like me. Like so for some of us, our natural reaction is not like, sorry to hear it. You know, it's kind of like, is it you or, you know what I mean? Like there's so much going on in these exchanges that I think sometimes it's worth the pain of the conversation. But yeah, I really do feel like there is, from acknowledgement, you know, I've studied a little bit of the reparations bit, and like, we're not pushing for the reparations, like that's not a conversation we're entering into.
Good. Thank you. Again, great presentation. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I'll go next. So thank you, Chad, and thank you to the committee, the people there. I know this is a lot of work, and you guys have given your time to the community, and we really appreciate it. My only comments, I think a lot of your recommendations are really spot on. I do want to make sure that when we do the surveys that we're very careful, and that we make sure that because surveys can be spun in many different ways, and I want to make sure that we're looking for positivity, and we're looking for direction for change and kindness, and not regression. And that kind of goes to that word of tone, like those are trigger points that just could derail where we're trying to go. My other thing is, one of the things we had talked about on our new website was creating a page for each of the committees so that they could have like here's who the committees are, here's information about what's going on. So instead of creating a separate website or separate newsletter, I really think we need to enhance and create those pages as we talked about. I'm looking at Barbara because we had this conversation before, but about, anybody who wants to know about the DEI or what's going on at the DEI, we should have that housed on that page and the same with Planning Commission and everything else. So I think if we had already had that conversation, so I think this is a really good lead into that. And then my other thing is my request of you is to ensure that we are constantly reassessing and asking ourselves, are we including all communities in the town, and that we don't get hijacked into one or another because someone has a louder voice. I just want to make sure that, because we are a community of communities, and it's funny that you said that, because I said that to Melissa McColgan, because we were trying to talk about the gateway, and I had come up with this concept a couple months ago about we really are a community of communities. We have our business community, we have a residential community, and then within the residential, we have a lot of communities. And so I think we just need to make sure that we're constantly challenging ourselves to say, hey, are we hearing all the voices?
Yep.
And that everybody has a space at the table, because we do have, like the seniors, we need to make sure that every voice is heard and that we are being inclusive for everybody. And that's...
Absolutely, no, great point, and yeah, agreed. We definitely need to stay on that, so thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. But thank you again. I mean, great job.
Thanks.
I would only just say, and a bit echoing what Councilmember Pierstick said, that polling and surveying and data gathering are a profession in and of themselves. And I think we've even seen in the last year that something as dry as the census can become an emotive issue. So the way things are phrased and explained, to make sure you get the information that you want, and that a piece of paper you mail to someone doesn't get derailed in whether it's terminology or verbiage or failure to understand. If you ask someone who's disabled, well, what does that mean? Am I in a protected class? Am I this? What kind of disability? Those sorts of things. There is a real, it's a profession. And I would just ask that don't be bashful about engaging with the city, because the city works with these things all the time. And municipalities work with these things all the time, to find the sorts of firms and professionals that guide your survey and information gather, so you get the things that you want, not necessarily the answers you want, but the kind of data you want that you can crunch and make usable.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Mine is more about process, Chad. So when I think about that online form, this might dovetail to Councilmember Perstuck's comment about leveraging what we already have with the website is a go-to repository. We built that thing to be the repository for all information, system of record, everything. And when I think about a form, and it's gonna go to you guys, help me understand who would receive a form, what gets done with that form, what's the timeliness, how do you triage the category of that form, just a little bit on that.
So, yeah, if anyone of my cohorts who have the answer.
Thanks for being on so late in the evening, by the way, everybody. We appreciate it. Sorry about the hour.
Yeah, I think for us, one thing we have learned from our conversations with David and, is that we're trying to figure out how to do this, the execution of this, we're still trying to figure out. We have had a lot of ideas that, straight off the top, like, oh, this makes sense. And it's like, actually you can't. So I don't know if we have the execution fully nailed down, but, I think directionally, we really want to open up a way to have it come to us where we've all conceded after meeting 2. We're like, oh yeah, this is all discoverable from public records. So in our head, it's like, okay, we need a secret alleyway that's just us, and then they'll come forward in droves because they won't be worried. So we're still figuring out how it needs to work. We don't have it completely sorted out yet, but we do want to make sure that the thing that we talked about a lot, especially in the very beginning, is getting the community voice. And to Councilmember Perstuck's point, all of the voices, you know what I mean? So I think that is something that we need to sort of figure out how to pinpoint. Do people sign up? Do we, is it, so yeah, we're still working on the details, but at the end of the day, we want to make sure that we have those voices coming in and we can respond.
You got till September, I think, right? To figure that out. Okay. Great work. I mean, that's a really robust plan. There's a lot to that. It's clear that there was a ton of work hours that went into that. So thank you all and the people that aren't on the call tonight. Great work. Much appreciated. Councilman Nickel.
With regards, I wrote down the same thing. So thank you for saying that in regards to the survey. And, a survey writer, it could cost a tremendous amount of money to get a survey writer, correct? I mean, do we have a budget for this? I mean, I see here where the 2 items that we're asked to take action on is receive and file the update, and then to authorize, the committee to implement these actions. And so is there a budget for this? To Councilmember Perstuck's point, well, I will quote Ryan Baldino, but it's really Mark Twain. Don't believe lies, damn lies, or statistics, right? And I was a sociology major at UCLA, and I remember asking a professor of mine, well, what am I supposed to do with a sociology major? And he goes, well, you can go to law school, or you can write surveys. And I was like, well, I don't want to do either, so what am I supposed to do? But writing surveys, you're going to get from it whatever path that those questions take you, that's the results you're going to get. And we don't want it to be skewed. We want it to be all-encompassing.
Right.
So, Mr. Mitnick, what resources does the DEI committee have, or have we set aside budgetary funds in order for them to get support?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, that's a good question. So we were just talking about this topic. Initially, the DEI committee thought that they could do like Survey Monkeys. But then, thinking about it, well, we wanted it to be statistically accurate and with good questions that are well thought out. So there's value in having an outside third-party person or firm to do that. So what we would like to recommend is we come back with how to do that. We can roll the funds into the budget that's coming to you on June 15th. I'm not as worried about how much that would cost per se, because we have to figure out the best way to do it. And the same with the recommendation number 2, the contact form and that process, we can fine tune that. So council, if you're comfortable, we could tweak that. We did talk about this. So we could we'll have the DEI committee work with staff to fine tune these, to identify the cost, the process, and then come right back with that. But in the meantime, we'd put the funding in the June 15th budget. And we'll call it out as a separate item for you to see when we have the budget hearing. So I'm dancing a little bit because I don't know exactly the cost, but I understand what I'm hearing is the desire and the intent. We'll come back to do that.
Well, I mean, this data is essentially going to dictate much of phase 2 and phase 3.
That's fair.
And so if we do not go all in on the data, then really there's no point even going through phase 2 or phase 3. So if I think ultimately phase one will dictate the success overall.
Yep.
And then also just quickly on the surveys, it's, going back to, do you use SurveyMonkey or do it through the city? Regardless of how we do it, we need to make sure we do an outreach to the community to let them know that this is coming from it's blessed by the community, because I know that there's been surveys going out recently from some developers, and there's confusion, and then you see it on social media. What's this survey? Should I answer it? Is this someone, people are very gung shy on surveys at the moment, and they're very hesitant to give out information because they don't want, they may not share real feelings or because they're afraid. So we need to make sure, if we really want to get good data, we need to do it correctly. We need to communicate to the public that we're doing this and that we have a proper survey process planned out. And then I do want to reiterate that I know, Barbara, we can quickly, as far as the hub of communication, we can quickly create that page on our website, because I know it was designed that way, where we could actually put the form on that page on that website, so that I know that there was a lot of flexibility built into the website for that, and you can speak to that.
Yes, that's exactly why I stood up, is we definitely can create that page on the website. The intent is to have it be part of the City of El Segundo website. We have a designated area for commissions, committees, and boards. Some CCBs have more of a presence on the website, others choose not to. So this would definitely be integrated into our website. The cost of staff time is not significant to build a page. The DEI would be responsible for doing the research and determining what resources they wanted to put on that page. But we can build it, and we can also do a contact form fairly easily. The recommendations tonight, we are trying to be as frugal as possible in terms of how can we do this in-house, how can we get this data that we need without spending a lot of money. But we will come back with a recommendation in terms of the survey and hiring an outside firm to handle that process, so that, as you've all mentioned, that data is meaningful. So we will come back with an amount for that. Oh, and there's one thing I want to say. I forgot to say this initially. First of all, the staff report that you all received, due to the way our system is, it says that I prepared the staff report. I did not prepare this staff report. This is all the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee, and their hard work. Christabel, Christina are just amazing in terms of research and getting data together and putting it together, and the entire DEI team has worked really hard on this. So it really bothered me that my name was on there, because they really did the work, and wanted to thank them for that.
And then I was just thinking, there's one, obviously, because I know surveys are going to be hard, just because of the climate today, and with social media and people's hesitancy of sharing information in writing. I mean, maybe we have an event now that the county is opening up, and we can maybe when we can have an event, we have an event where we have representations of each kind of group, like almost like around the world, but it's around El Segundo, and who's in El Segundo. We get representations from each group or class, or and have some type of event of meet and greet, and get to know your communities.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's, we have the things that are sort of grouped together, the panels, the Q&As, I think that's super, super important. Obviously, when we first started into this, COVID was still doing what it did. But it does seem that this town still has the small town feel. A ton of people know other people in this town, a couple the dais could probably cover the entire town, and I think that the concept of getting people in groups of, 10 to 25, you could have a lot of very real conversations, which is what we really want from this. I think the surveys and the online forums, everything, it's the easy way to get the most amount of people, but I do think that I don't know if it's supplemental or if it turns out to be something that's one of the key pieces here, having real conversations with people, and because I think I don't want to say they'll be more honest, but just a deeper conversation will really inform where people are truly at, as opposed to, like you said, I got, 4 minutes with something that I'm not sure where it's going. So, agreed.
Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, also I would like to share with you that we're very appreciative of the DEI committee and their work at staff level and from the city manager's office perspective. And we plan to take seriously their recommendations when they get into reviewing the city structure and city issues. And we want to learn and be better and to make sure we are as reflective of the community as possible. So we're taking the process very seriously.
Great. Thank you. So we have two items before us. The first is to receive and file. I think we have consensus on that. Second item is to authorize the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee to implement the recommended action items. Would someone like to make a motion to approve that?
Sorry, Jeruso moves.
Thank you, sir.
Nichols, second.
Great. Madam Clerk, would you please take a voice vote?
Councilmember Giroux?
Yes.
Councilmember Nichols?
Aye.
Councilmember Persick?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel?
Yes.
Mayor Boyles?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right. Thanks again. Much appreciated.
Hey, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry for keeping you here so late.
Next time you come, it'll be moved up.
We heard that, yeah.
Item 13, appointments to the Library Board of Trustees. We're really excited to announce that Sarah Whalen and Christy Sherrill will be continuing on at the Library Board of Trustees, and that their terms will expire June 30th of 2023. Moving on to report, City Clerk.
Nothing.
Thank you. Councilmember Drew.
Nothing this evening, thank you.
Councilmember Nichol.
Just real quick, Councilmember Drew said something earlier today about Parks and Rec staff really standing things up immediately and getting things rolling. And I just want to thank city staff across the board. The goalposts are continually moving. You guys are doing great. And the requests from this dais have not slowed down, nor should they. But I just think staff's doing a fabulous job. And I ask the residents of town, please be patient. Please be patient. We are at the mercy of the county. The county is at the mercy of the state. June 15th is coming. It's coming very fast, but please be kind to each other through this next transition. And I think I said this early on in the pandemic, but it's just like ringing in my head. Just choose El Segundo. Choose your neighbor. Choose the people we share this space with, and just be kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Nichol. Councilmember Perstuck.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let everyone know that we, as a city council, represent the city as a whole. And I wanted everyone to know that if you have a cause, an event that aligns with our mission, goals, or our objectives, please submit that if you want to create a proclamation. We love to embrace everything here in our city, and we just want to. So if you would like to have us create a proclamation, please reach out to the city manager's office, and we would be happy to oblige you. And then I also, in the effort, in talking about kindness, kindness breeds kindness, and I just want to recognize Elizabeth Tobias. She doesn't know I'm doing this, but Liz Tobias and the Stalkers, who basically have been working to collect stuff from the community, donated stuff, and who are actually putting together apartments, like putting together like completely, bringing couches, fridges, furniture, and for our vets. And I think it's a great initiative, and it's an act of kindness, and a lot of people participate. And it just makes El Segundo who El Segundo is. So thank you to Elizabeth Tobias, the Stokers, and everyone else who have helped in that initiative.
It's great to hear. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Pimentel.
We have the COGS subcommittees on homelessness and aging in place coming up. So no updates from the last month, but we'll have it coming up. Transportation is off this month. Nothing new to report. Most of that stuff is focused right now on the LAX transport metro connections. We have sanitation coming up this week. I know a thrill for everyone as always, so I'll have time to talk about in June. And then a thank you to Scott Mednick and Joe Lilio, the hours put in, Vicky, on your team when we beat you over the head when you came aboard, Scott, with our mission to address the looming pension apocalypse. I know it was not easy, and I know that you and Joe built a toolkit of potential tools. And when the moment of opportunity arose with the change in interest rates, the ability to hatch that plan and 9 months later be able to set foot into it and something for a city that has not issued a bond since 1948. So it's something that's certainly not reflexive to us, is a testament to a lot of hours on your team, a lot of hours on Joe's team, and a lot of litigative support from Mark Hensley and from the bond counsel. I think there is probably no way at the end of a very long meeting like this to really talk about the hours that you all put in, with some pretty off-the-wall requests coming from Councilmember Nickel and I about different ways to conceivably approach this. But this will probably be one of the most momentous things that we do as a council, and it is really standing on the backs and the shoulders of the work that you put in, and I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. I just want to acknowledge that it's a 100-year anniversary of Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma, a tragic event, and I think it's appropriate given what we heard tonight from the DEI committee. Mark, what do you have?
Nothing this evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you.
Mr. Mitnick.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'll cover the follow-up, and then I have something really exciting to share. So first, thank you for the support of your staff on the variety of items, and especially that pension item, as the council, or Mayor Pro Tem indicated, is a significant decision by City Council. By way of follow-up, staff will follow up from the items at the beginning of the meeting. The next City Council meeting will be, actually tomorrow, you're interviewing candidates for the Senior Housing Corporation. Then on the 27th of May, there will be a joint meeting with the City Council and the Planning Commission. And I need to apologize that we can't do it in here because can't get them all in and with the technology limitations. It looks like we're going to be doing a virtual meeting, but if we can get a location, we'll try to do that. But if we do a location outside of the chamber, we can't video it and record it, and the public can't watch it. So you might have to do a Zoom meeting. So I apologize for that. The meeting, for the purpose of the joint meeting, is to talk about the housing element work that's coming up. And it's, this is suggested by the State Housing and Community Development Department to be transparent and have as much outreach as possible with the community when it comes to updating the city's housing element. The next regular council meeting will be on June 1st. A variety of items are coming together, but perhaps the one item of greatest interest, if not the greatest interest, definitely high up there, is the plunge pool needs assessment report. That'll be in front of you. It's gone to the Rec and Park Commission. Now it'll come to you. So the one item that I'd like to share with you, I think some of the council members know about this. Very exciting news. You know, as we have competitive cities here in the South Bay. Mama D's restaurant, for years, has been in Manhattan Beach, has decided to go a little further north and come into our downtown. So it's way, way cool. I don't want to get in trouble by promoting a business, but Mama D's will replace DeLuca Pasta and be at Richmond. And I can't wait to call the Manhattan City Manhattan Beach City Manager tomorrow and invite him to dinner there on the first night that they're open. So it's really cool, and they plan to have an outdoor dining area that will rival what is at Arthur J's in Manhattan Beach. So,
It's great
is that
news.
awesome?
It is awesome.
I can't wait to make the phone call tomorrow
Excellent.
morning. So, council, thank you.
Oh, wow, they did? I knew they were playing at like 5 today. Shoot, girls, so they go on to what level? Finals. Girls soccer, varsity El Segundo made it to the finals just today. Thanks for that, Councilman Nickel. That's great news. It's awesome. All right, we're adjourned.
All right, thank you.